Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh! Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hi, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. This is Drunken Peasants Podcast, episode 1009. And boy, have we got a wonderful show for all of you. I'm so excited.
It's a special kiss of the Irish episode. Ho, ho, ho. We're going to have a fancy old fucking time. We're going to dance a jig. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Yep. I had myself a Wagyu corned beef. Did you see that, Jeff?
I did. Yeah.
This was it. Oh, succulent.
I've talked a lot of shit about Wagyu, but that looks fucking delicious.
It was unbelievable. I cooked it in an Instant Pot. It's just unbelievable.
Was the cabbage adequately cooked?
Yes, but not soggy, not like nasty soggy. Just the right amount of warmth. There was still some crisp to it. Amazing.
I'm like right now eating my Irish shepherd's pie because I haven't eaten all fucking day and I know what's in store for me. So yeah.
Someone said in the chat, as I can see, Ben isn't drinking yet. Actually, you know what? This is rare for me. Where I grew up, the bars opened at dawn on St. Patrick's Day.
To pass the 28th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, colloquially known as the Right to Penal Amendment.
Yes. The Right to Penal Amendment.
The Right to Penal.
So I've only had like 2 Guinness pints so far today, but we're about to ramp it up. We're about to ramp it up for this, and I would really like it because we struggle on Saturdays to get the goal. Actually, I should say we struggle the other days to get money, and then on Saturday, everybody comes through after like 6 hours.
We struggle every day of our lives.
I'm done with your negativity, Billy. Done with this negativity.
Look.
Be happy.
I'm not going to be happy. I spent 6.5 hours in here Saturday night when I could have been playing Magic cards with my friends.
Okay. Well, there you go. Everyone liked the stream, and I want to try to get to 50%. Of the goal, if you could, please.
Speaking of struggle, I just want to say, this is St. Patrick's Day. It's a very special day. For us Irish, like me and Ben. Asterios, are you Irish at all?
I wish. I'm just an alcoholic for no reason.
Honorary Irish tonight. And Billy, if you're not honorary Irish tonight, but we call collectively for all other white people who want to drink tonight, we call it Amateur Day, and it's okay. But here's the thing. This is our
and I do want to mention that we are just recently considered white people. In old America, Irish people weren't even considered white people.
Congratulations.
The whitest people.
This is the thing. Like St. Patrick's Day is white people day. It's our day. It's our day to just be like happy that we're white. But the thing is, and this is so true with white people, all the other white people had to colonize it from the Irish.
Wow.
That's okay because we're too drunk to care.
Disgusting.
And it's totally cool. It's totally cool.
I can't.
You guys built this national holiday of drunken debauchery, and then everybody, I hear you. Everybody else takes credit.
So everybody gets shit. What's the M card tonight? Everybody gets the M card.
Oh, you get to say Mick?
God.
Yeah.
Try it, Billy.
Yeah.
Try it on for size.
I don't use slurs.
Come on.
I will say this.
We gave you the M card.
I'm a melting pot of all the best whites. I'm German.
Is that because all the white always drips into you all the time?
I'm Welsh. I'm Danish. I got all the best whites. Some of the best whites you can find. I'm all of them. So I really I celebrate all days knowing that I'm the best of all whites.
Unbelievable. Billy, he's got the best whites in him. The best whites.
Of all whites.
You've unlocked the secret.
I'm a guy who knows white.
Yeah, that's Billy's shtick.
I'm not saying I have the supreme amount of whiteness. That's not what I'm saying.
A lot of white gets pumped into you.
What I'm saying
is that what you're saying?
I have the best of all whites come together in my highly European skin tone.
Everyone, please like the stream. There is no. I mean, there's all sorts of European skin tones. What the fuck are you talking about? There's like olive skin tone people
Yeah, of course,
in
I'm-
Europe.
yeah,
also.
I'm talking-
olive skin tone.
Of course, I'm talking
Yeah.
about my milky Danish white skin.
That's not European skin tone. What an ignorant thing. I'm not surprised that Billy the Fridge says these ignorant things.
I don't know why you would call me ignorant. I just
Yeah.
told you I was all the best whites.
Okay. Well, you know.
It sounds like you have a lot of pride
Yes.
in all these lights. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you filled with pride?
Yes.
Good. That's good.
Do you like white chowder?
It's adequate.
Are you a Ku Klux Klamsman?
I like clan chowder. No, I don't. This bit is shitty. It's a horrible bit.
Oh, God. All right. All right.
Man.
Yes, please like the stream. Chuck us some cash throughout the stream, and we'll reread everything. Help us out. Here's
Booze ain't free.
Yeah.
I was gonna offer to like do shots for
Do it!
for like you guys getting money, but like it's St. Patrick's Day and I'm just gonna be fucking wasted.
How
this whole time.
about when we get to 15%, you'll do your famous JF impersonation.
I have never done any impression ever. I don't know what you're talking about,
Oh.
but I do.
We'll call.
I do routinely get hacked, or we could call JF.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Okay.
could definitely
All
do
right.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right then. Let's get right into it. Here it comes.
Prost. Nostrovia.
Skull.
I should turn off that goddamn internet.
In Irish, it's Swancha.
Don't touch me. TP, are they gonna touch me?
Don't touch me, Jesse. Don't touch
Are they
me.
gonna touch me, DP?
Don't touch me, Jesse.
I do want to point out something, and I saw someone that sent this to me. It was something Vadim Newquist pointed out recently. He was making fun of an old tweet from Nick Fuentes before Nick Fuentes got kicked off of Twitter. Nick Fuentes is so dumb that he got mad about opening his sandwich upside down. He thought that McDonald's fucked up, but he just had the burger upside down.
Well, to be fair,
Are you going to defend him now?
McDonald's
Are you
did
that-
put the burger in upside down.
Come on, dude.
They did put it in upside down. And
I'm saying he's stupid, and everyone else would be like, "Oh, it's upside down. I'll flip it over."
in my world, I have so much privilege being the best of all whites. Like the best of all whites. All the whites from all over the white areas. I'm the best of them all. Mixtured, perfect melting pot of pale skin. And if my burger came upside down, I'd be like, this is not the best of all burgers.
You're not the most white, though. I've seen way more pale people than you.
I don't know about that.
I know about
I didn't
that.
say the most. I said the best.
He did say the best.
How do you measure the best? Just because it's you and you're biased towards yourself?
100%.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, I don't want to hear about best of all whites anymore because it's just your bias, Billy.
It's not bias.
This is not the Bias Billy podcast.
I just
okay?
know that you're making fun of Nick Fuentes when they put his burger in upside down.
I'm very comfortable with Billy taking the title of as best white. I'm very comfortable with that because like I don't want to go anywhere
I
near
think
it.
Hannibal
so he
and
wants
Monty
to go full.
gave Magicus the best white title. And I think Magicus might be like a ginger or something. So he's definitely more white than you.
Oh, that's not more
No.
white. He's so
Whoa.
he's so not white. He's of a different entire Crayola color. That's an orange crayon.
You guys need to do
I'm talking
an
about this.
actual Mania like title, like the
We're not
best
talking about his hair.
white.
The best white.
The best white. I just have a cracker off.
We did
right?
for Actual Mania. We did the Cozy TV Championship, and we had all the weirdos on Cozy TV go against each other with the surprise entrant Adolf Hitler.
Wow. Did Hitler win?
No, actually, Alex Jones won. It was really close though between those two. Alex Jones is actually on Cozy TV also.
Yeah, I would actually put my money on Alex Jones over Adolf Hitler. He's
all
built
of them.
better.
Like, there's a bunch of them. You know, there's Dalton Piss Whistle. There's Beardson.
Yeah, Manlet.
There's
Manlet.
Ethan Ralph. There's a whole bunch of them on there.
They're all fucking Manlets, dude.
They had to go to Nick Fuentes' private platform to do their shit. You know,
if I had to choose between Hitler and Alex Jones for who to have a drink with, I'd choose Alex Jones.
Of course. Hitler be doing that weird meth shake the whole time.
If I had to choose between Alex Jones and Hitler to see whose wife I would have a three-way with, I'd be cucking Hitler.
You like Ava Braun?
Ava Braun's way hotter than
Ava Braun?
Than Alex Jones's wife.
Check this out.
I don't know anything about Alex Jones's wife. Oh, by the way, this entire time, until a second ago, I thought you were talking about Cozy TV, the TV channel that plays the Rockford Files.
No. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. That's Cozy with an I, right? Or is it? Yeah.
Or something. So this whole time I'm like, am I missing a joke here? I'm just gonna shut up until I
Nick
figure this out.
Fuentes, for some reason, had to start he started his own website because he had to, because he got booted from every platform, and he chose to name it Cozy.tv.
Mm-hmm.
But there's already a Cozy TV.
I know.
It's got MASH on it.
Yes.
It's the best channel.
They play
You
old
wanna
TV
watch
shows.
The Happy Days?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched that shit all.
Happy Days on his Cozy TV. How many episodes of The Munsters has he played? 0, I bet.
Nick Fuentes does look like he could be Eddie
Munster. Yep. Give him a little painted on widow's peak.
Yeah.
And he's got it. Check this out. This is a crazy, cringy, what do you call it? City council meeting where they're like open to the public and people show up.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God, I know what this is.
Yeah.
I love these.
I'm the proof when I'm in a booth, spitting on the mic. It's anti-vax. Putin hates all of them blacks. Putin is a bad racist. Put him in the ground, white or brown. And I'm in plain old town.
I hate his dance.
And you know you
Look at that
just
dance.
got found. I'm a pimp on a blimp.
This guy looks like he watches Cozy TV and not the one that plays the Munsters.
He's just strutting that ass.
This dude looks like Tucker Carlson's fucking cousin. Like, just look at his face. I know who this is. His name is Alex Stein. I know who this is. But like, just watch his face. He looks like Alex Jones, or not Alex, Tucker Carlson's cousin. It's fucking crazy.
Shut up! No, you can't.
He doesn't need to be that close to the mic. I hate this.
Stop my shine. I'm number 99. And you know I grind and shine. And you know I do it on.
That old lady in the park doing Missy Elliott did a million times better than this guy.
She did, yeah.
One more time, I'm teaching class. This is your whole pass. Zelensky is a VIP.
What's wrong?
Ukraine and
Billy?
I go insane.
I hate this
Put a
so
bullet in
much.
Putin's brain. You know that is
He's
the
not the
plan.
best of all whites.
I'm a Zelensky stan. I love you, Vladimir Zelensky. You are
There's
so
a-
smart. What's the smell?
There's a Howard Stern Whack Pack member named King of All Blacks.
Yeah. Who's these two people in the background here?
They think it's hilarious.
Because they're enjoying it very
Yes.
much. I can see this guy's tie slowly rising in between his legs as he's popping the biggest cringe chub right now.
They might be waiting to speak or something.
I hope they're not
think
friends
that's
of
what
his.
This is legit a city council meeting
Yeah.
that this guy because in a city council meeting any citizen can come up and they can talk and they can air their grievances and the city council has to listen to them, et cetera, et cetera. And this dude just decided to do this, and this is not the first time he's done it either.
Well, people
Like
do this
Alex
shit all the
Stein-
time, like the McRib girl, that kind of stuff.
The McRib girl had delivery intact. This guy's just
This guy sucks.
spastic.
He's just being really loud and he's dancing really badly. It's just awful. This is Plano, Texas. I don't know.
His YouTube is just as cringe as this. It's fucking terrible, man. It's absolutely disgusting.
Punching people in
dude's a
the
fucking
face
wiener.
should be like not a criminal act. It should just be like a $500 fine.
For this guy,
It'd be happening all the
250.
time because, like, you could get
250.
a bunch of people together that all agree to the $500 fine, and you could all like collectively beat someone like really badly, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, if you try to fight, I don't know.
It's capitalism.
No way. What can you say? Vaccinate me straight or gay.
It's not
I
capitalism when you
love
pay
you,
the government.
and I love to whine and grind all the time. And you got that sanitizer, and you know I got that Pfizer. You know I stick it in my vein. Put a bullet in Putin's brain. Do it for the Ukraine. Before I go insane, let me antibacterial my body at the party, sipping Bacardi.
So what is
know
is this guy like a big time like lefty or something?
No,
he's
he is legitimately a far. What he's talking about right now, this is him doing a parody
So
of
he's-
the things
okay.
that he's against.
Okay.
And he is a far right wannabe Alex Jones wingnut, and like his show is called Conspiracy Castle, and it's like it is like the dredges. It's like the schmegma, right, of like far right conspiratorial fucking content and shit. But he does talk to some pretty big people. I think there's a picture of him with like Candace Owens.
I didn't
or
realize
something like
he
that.
was being sarcastic. I thought he was just like saying what he actually thought.
No, this is 5G 7-head fucking gigabrain kind of bullshit.
It makes
going
no
on here.
sense.
So,
Like what?
I know.
It's
flow. And I am a pimp, cause I am on the blim. Eating lots of steak and shrimp. One more time, I'm 99. And you know I
If he
grind
breaks
and
the
shine.
microphone, does he have to pay for
Prices
it?
I
way
hope
too
so.
high. Vladimir Putin needs to die.
There should be like a
Gas
criminal
prices
charge
way
for
too
destroying
high.
public property
Vladimir
too.
needs to die. I'm the truth in the booth. Take my picture. I'm a winner. I'ma eat you for dinner. Okay.
You want to go to?
I just want to say, I love you. We need to take out Vladimir Putin, like Lindsey Graham said.
He
Thank
broke
you,
the
Mary Martins. I
microphone.
appreciate the time.
So does he like Vladimir Putin like Nick
No,
Fuentes
he's
does?
mocking. He
Probably
likes
not.
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, yeah.
He's-
So like, it's so weird that people who are now conservatives, they love like authoritarian regimes and like lifetime presidencies with no term limits or anything. Because that's what Putin gets.
One thing I do like about Putin is that whenever I try and look for something on the internet and it's banned on YouTube or it's banned on other platforms, I can go to like a Russia website and they got all the video shit I want.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think this is a new thing. I remember very distinctly, like there was people on the right wanting fucking W to run for a third term and all sorts of shit. Like, I mean, it fucking happens. It happens all over the fucking
W
place.
was buddies with Putin too at one
Yeah, he
point.
was.
That weird
Yeah.
painting of Putin. It's so
Mhm.
weird.
Would you say this guy's TV show was Cringe Castle?
Yeah, basically. I don't know if I really want to like give him any boost or anything. But Conspiracy Castle. It's
God bless you
trash.
all.
Can I just
Prime
look,
time
I'll
sign
be
on
the
Instagram.
I'll be the one that says it if no one else wants to say it.
Please.
That's a pretty good title. Like, if Jeff Holiday had a show called Conspiracy Castle that was like all about conspiracy theorists and wingnuts, and like he was
not
in
bad.
like a he came out of like a coffin and he was like, "Welcome to my conspiracy castle. Today, this guy is going to talk about AIDS." Like, I would watch that.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at the.
No, you're not wrong. You're absolutely,
Yes.
I'm
You
not
know what,
mad at the
Asterios?
name.
I need you to write things for me. Jesus Christ, this is brilliant.
I have
Damn it.
very competitive rates.
I just feel like when I tune into Conspiracy Castle, it's gonna be like the time I tuned into Mother Jugs and Speed. It's not what I was expecting.
Here's what everyone's been waiting for: the Beardson meltdown. Beardson Beardly.
No.
He had a meltdown. Because like seriously, he had a wife, and she dumped his ass because she was embarrassed that she was married to a Nazi. Basically,
Oh
I mean,
no.
you know, he did that Louis Theroux interview, and then there are all these videos of him like calling women's fucking slut, like out on the street and
he
shit.
threatened. He said, "I don't care. I don't care if I got a wife. I will penal rape Brittany Venti."
He did that too. Yes, he did. He did say that.
Yeah.
So he had a meltdown the other night.
Yeah, I do want to say this though.
Excellent.
For all the negativity we talk about Beardson, for a 4'10" guy, he really does break down like a full-size man.
Good.
Here we go.
I was gonna run and piss, but I'm not gonna miss this. Holy
No,
shit!
I need to see this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I used to think that there's no possible way I could hate women even anymore, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Honest and true.
Tell me about it.
I used to think
Can
there
you
was
pause
no
it? I'm
possible
so
way.
sorry. Does he? I feel like his webcam is one of those little orb webcams on the triangle from
Maybe.
1992.
Yeah.
Why does he look like shit? How do you even get a 4.3 webcam in 2020?
Right. That shit used to plug into your printer port on the back of your computer.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got like a SCSI card for his webcam, and he looks very SCSI. So
He's got a scuzzy card.
I could hate women
man.
any more than I possibly could. Being married to a woman, living with a woman, right?
Well,
I used to say this all the time. There's no possible way you could hate women more than me. I live with one. I've lived with one for years. No, my friend, I have found a new affinity for hating women that has gone.
Tell me about it, manlet.
Well beyond my current capacity, what I thought I could. I hate going on first dates. It's a
because they're so hard for you to get. I don't know.
Miserable experience. You just got to come up with like fucking small talk. And I just want to say, I just want to scream like,
or for someone of your size, talk.
Wow.
Necessarily, but I thought it,
pretty good white.
Yeah. Can we kick Beardson out of the white club? Can we just like cast him off? He's not a white anymore. He's really bad at it.
He's definitely not eating at the grown-ups table. I'll tell you that much.
No. Maybe with a booster seat.
He can't even ride the tilt-a-whirl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was anti-vax, but he still had to get a booster seat.
just be good to go out with somebody. You know, I thought it'd be good to go out with somebody. It was terrible.
Good,
it was
huh?
just, it was
Of course
absolutely
it was terrible. She got there, realized she was there with you.
Right.
You
Terrible.
repugnant fucking leech.
I'm done with it. I think I'm done dating. I think I'm just gonna be single forever.
Go kiss Nick Fuentes. I know you've been waiting for it.
I think that's the plan. Until I meet my right-wing fashy e-girl.
You're not going to find that in the circles you run around in because you guys all talk shit about women and most women don't want to be a part of that.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Like this is what drives me so fucking crazy about people like fucking Beardson. I've been watching Beardson for fucking years. Watching him like self-destruct in this goddamn
I remember
this downward fucking spiral.
When you first heard his name come up a few months ago, you were surprised that he was hanging with Nick Fuentes. So there
I totally was. But like back in the day, he was all like fucking MGTOW. And apparently he found somebody desperate enough to actually fucking marry him. And then now that's over or something like this. But what you got to understand is this whole thing is incredibly self-defeating. And a lot of these people have no idea how much harm they do, not just to themselves, but to the very gullible kids that fucking follow them. Like take, for example, if you want to find like a female that was actually a femoid that was in the far right, there was Tara McCarthy, right? Tara McCarthy was there. Turns out Tara McCarthy was like 1/8 Pakistani. She liked to equate blacks with like dogs and blah, blah, blah. And like all this like fucking disgusting, horrific shit. Tara McCarthy left the alt-right. Why? Because they're a bunch of misogynistic fucking creepos. The whole problem, like this idea of like, why just I hate women so much? The problem isn't that women like are somehow like not living up to your standards. It's that your standards don't fucking exist. You're just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
People like Beardson are just intolerable.
I saw Lauren Southern. I saw Lauren Southern last night on Twitter defending women from the alt-right. She's like, hey guys, just, I'm all for the right and everything, but you're being really mean to Hermione tonight.
Yeah, dude. That's the fucking world that we live in. Like all these really gullible fucking kids that are like drifted that way. And the whole reason they're drifted that way is because like stupid assholes like this are like, well, you see on the left that really crazy thing over there? Come this way. We're totally sane. By the way, you're never gonna get fucking laid. Welcome to the club. Like, it's stupid. It's absolutely insane. You want to save the white race by being entirely unfuckable? Congratulations.
Right.
That's amazing.
I don't know. I think Beardson might get lucky and find like a 19-year-old girl here in a couple of years that was raised strict Catholic and she doesn't know what to do with her life and she'll fall into this stupid trap.
brain damage, maybe.
Well, yeah, but
Like,
that's I said, 19-year-old Catholic.
When you're saying then I think I'm pretty much over it. No, it was terrible, man. I hate women. I'm a fucking Chad. I say I say fuck you. That's right. I'm dropping N bombs. I'm dropping fuck. I'm hitting the fucking ye button. You're an e-girl. You're not down with me saying and going.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Fuck you. All right,
He's a teeny tiny little man.
He would never act this way in public. Only in front of his computer would he act this way.
He did act this way in public. Remember when he was at the Unite the Right?
He called the woman a bitch when he had a bunch of his, or a slut, when he had 100 other dudes with him.
There was like 3 purple-haired girls.
Bumfuck Kentucky, where he lives, he would not be going around doing that kind of shit. He would not.
When he feels safe.
Right.
He will.
Right, when he feels safe.
But he's a micro midget mini man. He should never feel safe.
Bad boy! I'm never gonna be tamed! I'm gonna swear, I'm gonna say slurs, I'm gonna be funny as fuck, I'm gonna be edgy and awesome.
He reminds me of a little dog that barks at the door because the mailman just dropped something off.
Yeah.
I'm so embarrassed right
now. And I'm gonna smoke cigarettes, and I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want.
This is all cope from getting dumped.
Yeah.
He's going over every reason she gave him, and crying about it. I'm gonna smoke cigarettes if I want.
Okay.
Have you noticed that he's saying these slurs? I've never seen someone say slurs in this particular manner before. He's saying slurs to feel better.
Yeah.
He's like,
therapeutic
here's the F
slurs.
Yeah, he's like, slurs are very important. Slurs are clearly very important to the core of his identity.
Yeah.
He's using them as self-affirmation, I'm good enough and smart enough, and gosh darn it, I'm gonna say slurs.
Right.
Emotional support slurs, dude.
Yes!
This is fucking great.
Yes!
Amazing.
This is crazy.
I'm gonna drive across the country to go see my other fucking friends.
That he's talking about Nick and the little Nick simps.
To see my other fucking friends.
You won't let me see my friends and live my dream.
Oh my god.
My twins. Oh.
It's I'm sure a lot of people want to physically assault this man, of course. But what I want to do is I just want to go up to him and be like, man, you're either 40 right now or you're turning 40 soon.
He is.
What are you gonna do? Is this the rest of your life?
He's gonna be one of Nick's little henchmen for the rest of his. Well, as long as it'll last, anyway.
As long as the ride lasts.
Yeah.
This is gonna be about 5 years, and then eventually, his suicide's gonna show up on Make My Coffin, and I'll be very surprised. But oh wow. Okay. Anyway,
I wonder how many of them are secretly waiting for Nick to go to jail so they can take his place.
Yeah, all of them, dude, all of them. They're all fucking waiting. The only thing is so far in this weird, dumb fuck internet culture that we've developed so far, we've yet to have a Caesar moment where somebody is like, actually, I could be the top dog if I just fucking stab this motherfucker in the back. Which I can't wait until that happens. Don't want anybody to die, but that's going to be some top shelf fucking entertainment, right?
Isn't that when something that's happened? Was there a Warski moment or something where somebody got stabbed?
Literally stabbed?
I can't figuratively.
Okay. Well,
I don't think anybody on Warski streams got stabbed. They almost did a fucking murder. That
was the aim incident.
There's always been so many falling outs with the people in streaming recently. I can't pinpoint any, but no real stabbings. I thought Putin was going to get taken out by by somebody on the Ides of March. I thought it was written.
They should do the interview part 2 where they interview Putin.
Billy's frozen.
Putin?
Oh shit! I don't even. Oh, there he is. He's back.
That are awesome as fuck. I'm a free motherfucker.
Oh, tell us about it, little boy.
Fuck the globalists. Fuck anybody that tells me what to fucking do.
Let it all out, little man.
Oh, what's that? I'm not allowed to say that? Fuck you, faggot.
Oh, you're so tough.
The globalism has almost no negative effects on this man here.
Oh no, I know. I know.
Yeah.
If anything, it has positive effects on it because, like, he could get his iPhones cheaper.
In Kentucky, yeah. Like, what? Who would want to put things in Kentucky otherwise? They wouldn't.
Fucking bad boy, man. I can't fucking help it. You'll never be able. No woman will ever be fucking able to tame me.
He's a bad
I'm gonna
boy.
drink lean and get fucked up. How about that? You know what I do? I turn on a fucking webcam and a microphone every night, and I just fucking talk and go off because I'm a handsome, charismatic, funny, free nigga thinking. I'm creative as fuck. No one is more creative than me. No one. Absolutely.
He's got his AFPAC Part 3 shirt on, sweatshirt, whatever the fuck it is, long sleeve tee. Wow, look at that merch just flying off the shelves. Nick Fuentes laughing all the way to the bank. I doubt. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'd like to know the arrangement that Fuentes has with all of his streamers. Is it just like you get to stream on this site and keep what they give you, or does Nick get a cut of the super chat since he runs the site? Someone hit me up and let me know.
No one. People say, "Oh, Beardson's bad optics for America First." I am optics. It's because I've been in the game longer than anybody. I've been in the game longer than Nick. I invented the woman question. I've invented so much shit.
What's the woman question?
It's probably like the Jewish question.
Yeah, that's clearly what he's referencing.
Yeah.
Which, I have to say, I kind of wish they hadn't asked that question. In retrospect, right? Can we all agree? You know how they're always like, there's no dumb questions, or there's no bad questions, or there's no stupid questions. It's like, well, there's one.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the woman question is, so I'm confused.
But you do know what the other question is, though.
The
right?
Jewish question?
Yeah.
No.
What about the Jews? I love them.
Well, that was like something that they said back before World War II, where they were like, we got a big question about what to do about this. They're all like, we're just asking questions.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And you see it, but you see how I'm saying it's like, maybe not that question.
I don't know. I think the question wasn't so bad. It was the answer we had a problem with.
But you would now look. I assumed someone would say that.
Well, when you ask questions,
when the question came first, it's like if no one had asked that question, they wouldn't have come up with that answer.
If you ask questions, you need to come to a solution.
Oh
obviously.
No! But that doesn't need to be a final solution.
By the way, I want to point out his hand is like permanently stuck like this, I think.
Cute.
Yeah.
So what's the swallow cost for the WQ for the woman question?
Is that I don't get credit for it, and I don't bitch about it. I don't.
You're bitching about it right now.
Yeah, you're
actively currently bitching about not getting enough credit for how good you are at making women feel bad.
You're throwing a pocket-sized conniption, little man. Polly Pocket.
By the way, everyone, Streamlabs link in the description. At 15%, we're going to have a visit from Jean-Francois Garieppe.
Oh, shit. That's crazy. That's
Guaranteed
weird.
visit.
JQ Garieppe?
JQ
I would love if the Cozy TV people came to like a VidCon one year once they start actually having them
They
again.
said they were going to have a Cozy Con, and if they do, I suggest you come, Jeff, because I'm going to Cozy Con.
If they have it somewhere where it's not like fucking Alabama or Kentucky or Tennessee or some shit like that, if they do one like in Anaheim or some shit, man, yeah, I'll fucking
What if
go.
there's one in Boca Raton? Feels like
is in the house.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Nick Fuentes is in the house.
This is the latest documentary by the BBC. March of the Virgins.
Yeah.
Is it criminal to get like a syphilis-infested prostitute and pay her tab to just bang all these guys if they consent to it?
They wouldn't touch her. They would not touch her. They'd follow Nick's lead and be like, ew, no, ew.
What if I had a necrotic crotch rot cat boy?
Maybe. That's pretty much like that. That's the way to do it. Yeah, you need a syphilitic cat boy to infiltrate the ranks. That'd be great.
I just I don't want to hurt these guys terribly. I just want them to walk different.
Yeah, how is this? Yeah, what? Hold on. I want to examine this one more time.
Let's go! Nick Fuentes is in the house!
Oh my God.
You know, every time somebody like tries to make me feel bad about being in a photo op about like Kekasan or something, I think of shit like this and I'm like, nah, I'm fine, dude. It's fine. It's cool. Whatever. I don't feel bad at all. What
You
the
should
fuck?
never compare anything you've done to anything they've done. That's a mistake.
No.
The closet.
Oh my God.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at these boys and I'm thinking, if I went to Cozy Con after one weekend, I could have them all switching sides. I could get them on the libtard side easily.
All it would take is the right amount of peer pressure and some la cocaína, you know, and like a couple of Ubers, maybe to some really sketchy, dodgy strip clubs, you know.
I think honestly,
just show them how to live.
I don't know if I need to do all that. I think I just need to like give them that dad energy that they didn't have at home, and make them feel like there's actually a man around now. They're looking up to Nick Fuentes because they've never been around a man before.
I want to.
True.
I want to read you a comment from a Nick fan in the chat. Catboy was not a date. He teamed up to expand his audience. Did the same with Baked Alaska, Milo, etc.
Ah, interesting.
You know what else expanded?
Yeah.
What's that, Asterios?
His butthole.
Like if you watch that Catboy date they went on, Nick looked longingly into Catboy's eyes. I've never seen him so happy, so pure, so honest before. That's the only reason I harp on this Catboy thing, because I saw it on his face. He was happy.
Look, Catboy Cammy is a pretty studly dude. So like I understand why Nick wanted to fucking gargle on that cockazoid. I get it. You know, it makes total sense to me. But you guys just have to stop denying reality. It is what it is. It happened.
Here's Trumpster Bob, a $500 secret. I don't know what this is all about.
Ooh.
It's an older video, it looks like.
If you're not at the top of the chain, like Donald Trump or like the super rich, and you are a Muslim, you must drink camel piss.
Does it get you fucked up, bro? I don't know, man. I'll try anything.
You know, I am not one of these upper elites. I'm not one of these upper elites, but I'm also not Muslim. So I can't vouch for him whether or not this is true.
Well, so Trumpster Bob has been doing a bit of a face turn lately, hasn't he? He's been.
I think he's back on the evil side. He's always
Is
making he's always
This
making
podcast
face
keeps
turns.
me from succumbing to my depression, which is getting real since one of my
Oh.
guests.
There we go. I think we're getting
Billy, Jeff, Asterios, and Scott. You guys keep me whole. Long live DP.
Yeah, I think we're getting a call here.
Hello, excusez-moi.
Hello.
Pardon me. Is this a Drunken Peasant?
yeah. Is this Dr. Jean-Francois Gariepi?
Oh, oui. It is the one and only harvester of potato. It is good to see you. How are all of you?
We're doing good. Are you still the alpha Shad male?
Oh, pardon me. I pronounce that wrong. It is the alpha Shad male. And yes, I am absolutely the number one. Are you enjoying this international hot day?
Yes. I didn't know that that's what it was until just recently. I thought it was just Catholic holiday, feast day.
The best of all whites celebrate today.
Well, you see, it is very simple. You see, the dark air will not give us one for each of our ethnic races, so we have to piggyback on the Irish.
Why
It
the
is
Irish
as simple as
though? Why the Irish?
Well, it is I would say Operation Olympic. You know, we used to not believe that the Irish were white, but we found out they have a whole lot of potato. And you know how I feel about potato. So we grandfather
Fair potato
them
merchant,
in.
I beseech you to send cat boys to the manlets of the world.
Well, excuse me. I have to address this real quick before I go.
Yeah.
You see, it is an evolutionary adaptation when you have all of these manlets believing this garbage at the far right. They are obviously not able to procreate. And so some of them adaptationally turn into cowboys so they can have sex. It is in my next book, The Legendary Catnotype. Look for it on Amazon soon.
All right.
I have to say,
Weird.
it's I just think it's very, very cool to talk to you. Like, how do you usually spend your St. Patrick's Day? Like, when do you start drinking? Are there bars you love to go to? Like, just give me a sense of how you spend this very important day.
JF, I don't know, man.
I think
Oh, damn it!
he left.
No!
He left.
I know.
I will never know. I'll have to wait till next St. Patrick's Day to find out his routine.
Jeff,
Does he play Edward 40 Hands? I don't know.
Jeff, do you have any like connection to JF? He comes in your box.
He does come in my box quite often.
When he comes in your box, would you be able to get Asterios' question answered? Because I had a question for JF too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I you know what? Maybe I'll look. I'm gonna be chilling here and relaxing a little bit. But you know, if the fever of the show is going really, really good, if we maybe if the goal hits 40% or something like that, I'll reach out. I'll do the legwork and I'll see if I can get him back.
All right. Jeff, you consider yourself a bit of a chef, and I know JF has had some cooking shows on his channel.
Him and Mama JF made some of the most succulent looking food I've ever seen in my life.
They were actually pretty good, yeah.
Do you know the recipe for Thousand Island dressing?
All I know is you need a lot of Pissman's mustard when you make it. That's all I know.
I know there's mayonnaise.
That's a deep cut Tim and Eric reference.
But I was gonna ask JF how he would make Garbage Island dressing.
Thousand Garbage Island dressing.
Do you just replace the ketchup for more mayo?
You got to replace at least 2 parts to just irresponsible fucking racial hate, and it's something like that. I don't know. Oh shit!
Oh, did you spill whiskey on your keyboard?
Tradition.
Oh no!
You have to
drink camel piss.
To drink camel piss. In fact, from the bottom to the top, Islam requires you drink a secret drink. Do you know what the secret drink is in Islam?
What's the secret drink?
Have you ever wondered why it tastes so delicious?
What is
What is it?
Yeah.
You Muslim stupid motherfuckers.
Oh my God, Bob.
Oh my God, dude!
Not nice.
Let me.
Yeah. He's old school Trumpster Bob. He would threaten people if they entered the state of Texas and shit. It was some extreme shit.
Such a big state.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think
Is he just driving laps
Austin?
around the border?
Look, Bob, I have been loving the face turn that you've been doing lately, being like good Bob. But I feel like, okay, So this is you remember what's his fucking name who did Tarnation Bob?
Oh, Robert Dyer.
Yeah, Robert Dyer. Like I feel like Trumpster Bob is going into like Tarnation Bob mode again. We need to bring you back to the Robert Dyer, really nice like rating DP episodes. That's good. This is bad. Don't do this, Bob. Don't do this. We want you to be on the side of angels, man.
Educate you stupid Muslim motherfuckers right here and now.
I'm Muslim and I love you.
There was a time when Elisa Jordana had a Muslim woman on her show, and Bob reacted very poorly to her presence.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's like reacting to somebody who's like, I happen to be diabetic, and he's like, fuck that diabetic piece of shit. Like, what does it have to do with you, dude? Who cares?
It's almost like racism.
It's exactly like it.
Some people would consider this racism.
Islam.
It's almost like it's racist.
When you make the...
And you know what? It is literally because Trumpster Bob thinks Muslims are a race.
Oh, yes!
So there you go. Yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
Travel to Mecca. Do y'all heard about that $500 drink, right?
If Trumpster Bob traded his MAGA hat for a Mecca hat, he would look like he lived out in the with the Taliban.
The Taliban's
He's got a Taliban look to him.
But Mecca's not in where the Taliban.
He's like a hat change between the Taliban and the Duck Dynasty. Just depends on what hat he's
You know
wearing.
what? You're right there. I always thought that about the Duck Dynasty guys. I'm like, you could like swap one of these guys out with Osama bin Laden, and they would look the same.
I'm asking.
We can tell.
Rest in peace to all the animals that
Because
have died.
Bob Jones has been there.
He's claiming he's been to Mecca, which is literally, I believe, the death sentence in Saudi Arabia. If you're not a Muslim and you go to Mecca, you'll at least go to prison. It's literally a city that there's signs on the freeway as you're driving towards Mecca that say if you're not a Muslim, you need to turn around now and like go the other way.
Now that sounds racist.
Yeah, you're telling me that Trumpster Bob can't participate in the Hajj?
Yeah.
That seems unfair.
That seems very unfair.
During
I
Ramadan?
think you'd have a lot of fun.
I can't even go to Mecca, and I'm supposed to have tolerance for other people's religions? Fuck religion, dude.
Have I been there?
Oh.
But I scouted out with my minions.
Oh, yeah, minions.
Where that
I like to think it's Trumpster
$500
Bob with
drink.
the actual minions from what was that Gru movie? The Gru movie.
Despicable Me.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess what he's
Yeah.
claiming here is that in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, there's a drink that costs $500 that you have
And
to.
it's piss.
Comes from that you're required to drink by the priest of Islam.
They're called imams.
Okay. Okay. What about it?
Minions.
I've never had a $500 drink. I have, however, had a $200 drink, and it wasn't that impressive.
What was in it? Was there like gold leaf, or was it made of truffle oil?
Nah,
or-
it was like that fucking super special limited edition like Johnny Walker, like the top shelf Johnny Walker, whatever
like
the fuck it was.
red or what? Yeah, with
Like
the
blue or
colors.
something. Yeah, or some shit like that. And I got like a double on my my boss's tab for like working for him for 2 years straight.
Fucking
And
awesome.
yeah, I mean it was cool because I was like, wow, this is very expensive. This is how much I'm making like 2 weeks.
What was the
but,
taste, though? Did it taste better than cheaper liquors of the same kind?
To be honest, it tasted about the same as like a $50 bottle of scotch. It really wasn't that impressive. So I don't know. I think most of the time there's like a limit. There's a limit when you're doing drinks. Okay, like I've had bottles of booze that were $80, $90 a bottle, and it was worth it because it tasted really fucking fantastic. But like you get past that, you're just drinking to show off. That's all it is. You're drinking to show off, like, actually, this is the fanciest thing coming from northern Highlands of Scotland. It's bathed in fucking goat's blood, and it's held in a cask that once collected the period blood of an ancient, queen or some shit. Like,
are you talking about this Trumpster Bob secret drink?
Yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly. I drink piss for the taste, not for status.
You have to drink the pee-pee, baby.
Good.
And it's ironic because in America we call it, I have to go pee-pee. It's like the fag version nowadays. But back in the day, it wasn't. It was the nice version of saying, Dad, I got mama, sister, brother, I got to go piss. You just say, oh, I got to go pee-pee. Or if you're a girl.
He claims now that's the gay way to say it, but when he was a kid, that was okay.
Dude, kids are all,
or maybe he's just always been gay.
Kids are 100% gay. You don't ditch the gay until you go through, like, I don't know, depression.
Fucking gay ass kids.
I want kids to say that they have to go to the bathroom in the straightest way possible. I'm
Yeah.
gonna punch a wall, Kyle.
God damn it! When my child goes piss, he's gonna say, "Papa, I gotta fucking pump a grumpy," because I don't want to talk about piss. I want to think he's gonna take a shit. Don't lie to me,
Father.
Shits are so much more
to
manly.
Saddle on up to
Shits
the
are manly.
urinal, whip out my fat fucking hog, and leak out some piss.
If
Dad, I gotta go arm wrestle the Lizard King. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Damn it!
The lamb tail part was gay. You almost had me, son. You almost had me, son.
But throughout the past 2,000 years, pee-pee meant I have to go pig piss.
Pig what? I'm a man now.
What the fuck you
so
talking
I
about?
say I gotta go pig piss. What?
You feel me?
No.
So that means that every fucking Muslim that's been to Mecca has been made to drink pig piss.
No, they won't even eat pig.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, though.
Yeah. No,
He's
that's,
saying-
that's haram, man.
He's saying they were tricked into drinking pig piss for $500. He's willing this idea into their head that if they watch his video, they'll now think they paid $500 to be swindled.
Wait. Can you get $500 if you drink pig piss? Because I'll drink some pig piss. For
Is there a
$500.
limit to this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'll drink pig piss all
Is
night.
that my
if it
new
gets me a down
career?
payment
Is
on
this
the
my new
house.
career?
I'm gonna be walking out of that bar with like $80,000 in my hand.
In this housing market, dude, I'll spend a whole fucking ass weekend just drowning in goddamn pig piss just so I can get a fucking house loan. Oh my god.
Why is there so many goddamn pigs on the way to fucking Mecca?
There aren't. Like, there's not.
I'm thinking maybe he didn't go to Mecca.
He's never been to Mecca.
I think he might have drove past a pig farm.
He's never been to Saudi Arabia.
And somebody had him drink pee-pee.
Right. In like Kansas or something, not in Saudi Arabia.
Poor Bob.
Yeah, like some traveling grifter just convinced Trumpster Bob to like drink piss randomly for whatever reason. It doesn't
This
matter.
is the city of Mecca. What? Why is it just a barn?
And he's just like displacing his anger about having to drink piss like onto just Muslims or something. He's like, that one time I drank piss, it was all the Muslims' fault. That's why.
Explain that to me if I'm not telling the truth.
The other night we had Trumpster Bob on here when he was super trashed. And
Nice.
He was trying to tell, because he got arrested for prank calling 911. Actually, he didn't even really prank them. He was just a total dick to them, and he kept calling back and just abusing the people answering the phone. And he claims
he's done that a couple of times.
He
yeah.
claims that he didn't call 911. So I
Oh.
played for him the video from the live stream where he did it, and he called 911 twice. You could hear the operator go, 911, what's your emergency? And they did it, and he was like, "Fuck you!" and like hung up on them and called again. Yeah. And then the cops came to his door like a half hour later.
Doesn't he live in like a homeless barracks or something like that?
He lives in a mansion where the rooms are rented out, and like the living room area of this huge house is like a off the grid casino, basically.
Oh, really?
In
Weird.
South Texas near the Mexican border.
Dude, Bob, invite me over. I want to go do some illegal gambling. That sounds fucking fantastic.
Yeah. You all right?
Uh-oh, he's got COVID.
2 down.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. The
Hey,
Irish
Bob.
remain. This is now the Irish stream. We did it. Hey, Slancha.
I wanted to play Slancha. I wanted to play Dropkick Murphys, but you know how copyright shit
I know.
goes. I was
I've
going to
been
play them as the intro, but it always happens, and then it's like
I've been blasting Dropkick and flogging Molly all fucking day.
I used to live in a town in Ohio called Dublin, Ohio, and it's right outside of Columbus, and they have a huge Irish festival where it's like 6 stages of different bands playing, like from traditional to like the Irish rock and punk and that kind of stuff, and then just endless beer just everywhere. It's one of the and the food. It's just amazing.
It's
That's
just
one
weird.
thing I miss about living out there.
A town called Dublin having an Irish festival? That's very strange to me. Yeah, man. No, I got to see Flogging Molly last year with the Violent Femmes, and
That's
it
an
was,
interesting combination.
It is an interesting. Yeah, it was Violent Femmes and then
I like
Flogging
them
Molly
both.
ended the night. Yeah, they're fucking great. They're absolutely great. But I'd never seen Flogging Molly live, and holy shit, that was more raucous than like a death metal concert. That was wild.
I've seen
dude.
them at the Warped Tour back in the day when the Warped Tour was still punk.
Yeah.
Everyone watching right now, like the stream. Give us a like. And we're trying to get to, what was it, 40% of the goal, and then we'll call JF Gary Epi back?
I think I can pull some strings. I might be able to make that happen. Yeah.
We need some representation of his worldview here, since it's totally unbalanced. We're not fair and balanced.
We need non-Irish white representation in this. We need to hear from the French, because that's what every other country that's ever had to deal with the French wants to say.
I'm gonna address the troll in the chat, Billie Jean, last time. Why doesn't DP actually debate Nick instead of hiding? Okay, I'm gonna clarify this. Nick hid from us. He was aware of us. I have a video clip where he talked about coming on our show, and we were gonna have him and Vosh debate live, and we would be there too. And I made one joke about the Catboy thing the day after it came out, and he blocked me, and he had me blocked all the way forever until he got banned from Twitter. He ran for me. He's a little bitch. And how is it a troll? Because you act like you're dumber. Well, maybe you... Okay, either you really are this dumb, or you're pretending to be dumber than you really are. So,
It's ironic. They're just doing ironic shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what they always fucking
because they're
do.
like, how the fuck is that a troll? It's like you pretend to not understand the simplest of things.
Has
You're
Nick
dumb.
Fuentes ever actually debated anybody? Because I've never heard of him actually having a debate.
He debated like Destiny a couple times back in the
Did
day. Yeah, definitely he did. He did some blood sport stuff. I don't see him do it too much anymore, but in the early days when he was still like a really young guy, he was doing that kind of stuff.
That was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, he
That
was
was
really
4
young,
years
maybe even
ago.
like 17 or something.
Oh man, I guess he was like on the kill stream like a year ago or something like that. But fucking whatever, man. All right, whatever. Yeah, look. Here's the thing: is like Nick is in a great position because he's already ruined his life. Okay, he's already ruined his life. He's always going to be on the no-fly list. He's never going to get fucking laid. He's going to die alone, and it's going to be very sad and whatever. But here's the thing:
if he would debate me, why did he agree to do it and then block me and never talk to me again?
Right. He's
so
not
you're a
gonna
dumb
fucking
fuck.
do it.
Look at what happened, you dumb piece of shit.
He's in a great position because despite the fact that his life is in absolute ruins and in flames, he's got this legion of fans that will pay for his shit. if he debates literally anybody with a fucking brain cell, he loses, and he's not going to do good. And that's not good for his optics. He's better at pushing the narrative that nobody will debate him. That's what he's going to keep doing.
He didn't do very well against Destiny. Destiny would like...
No, of course not.
Yeah, just walked all over him. Called him Booger Nick and all that shit. Slippery Nick. Because all Nick does is gish gallop. He'll just he'll bring up so many things that you can't possibly argue back with. Because it's easier to like raise a contention than it is to argue back with it.
That's right. And also, like, internet debates aren't actual real debate. And anybody who's like, well, this is the best way for us to get to a better idea. Yeah, that's bullshit. Shut the fuck up. You know it's not. You know it's not. Internet debates are just, they're like fucking pageantry and shit. And if Nick goes on there and he gets a couple of zingers in, the rest of his fan base is going to go, so true, so true, wow. And they're going to love him, even if he gets his asshole blown inside out by some random dude. So, like, what's the fucking point, man? I don't even see what the fucking point is. Like, let Nick do his stupid little shitty show and make all that fucking money, and we'll make fun of him. Just be happy about that and shut the fuck up.
Sounds reasonable enough. Back to Trumpster Bob.
All right.
They'd rather sell you donkey piss than to see you camel piss.
We're back to pee Asterios.
Yeah.
It's the secret.
I mean, I have to deal with it every month. So
Stupid motherfuckers.
What else could you say about that, really?
I feel like there needs to be, I would actually really appreciate this. We need a piece of technology, a little piece of software that you can install on your computer. And what it does is it accesses your webcam. And before you can go live, before you can hit that button on YouTube, on Twitch, or whatever, it uses your webcam and it checks your sway factor. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if your sway factor is at like a 15 or more %, you don't get to go online. So it's like the breathalyzer of live streaming.
That's a really fucking smart idea that OBS would have that built in.
We need that.
I like that a lot.
I need that.
Or we send out a little breathalyzer kit, okay, to every streamer, but it's actually just my dick. And before they go live, they got to breathalyze me. And if I like it, I'll let them live.
You'll let them live?
Yeah.
We're talking about gating their access to live stream. What
Best
are
of
you
all
talking
whites.
about?
Best of all whites, Asterios. It's one of my benefits. Being the best of all whites. Genocide.
Oh my God!
It's not actually genocide if it's just on a case-by-case blowjob basis, right?
I mean, but look, it's not, but you seemed really excited that it would be.
Yeah, no, now that I think about it.
You brought that to the conversation.
Yeah, I got to say, I really spoke out of turn there.
Okay. We stream for long periods of time. We can't be held accountable for everything we say.
Yeah, that one, I take responsibility for that one.
There you go. All right. So it won't. So you won't be killing them based on their ethnicity.
No,
just
not at
based
all.
on how well they perform.
Yeah, honestly, I might even take pity on you if it was that bad. I'd be like,
wait. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say that you would be sort of grading these on a curve of. I thought you were bringing ethnicity into when you said pity them.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
No, I'm talking about for fellatio skills.
Yes.
In particular. And I wouldn't say you have to grade on a curve, but there's definitely a bit of a little.
There's a curve involved.
There's
somewhere.
Yeah, it's not a straight arrow, but
I hear you.
It's a logarithmic curve. Yeah.
It's got a little bit of
exactly.
Got a little bit of a bellowing. Chotch, a chaunch.
A chotch.
Got chaunch.
It helps you get it in the pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
You
I don't know. Ben,
it's
while you were gone, I might have been outed as a Nazi.
I'm not
He
surprised.
brought
at all.
up genocide out of nowhere. We were having a perfectly good conversation about the blowjobs that would lead someone to either live or die. And then he brought the G word into it. And I don't mean gumption, which these people would have to have.
Yeah.
Gumption.
Should have had more gumption. Ben, what do you have, a bottle of beer there?
No, it's Jameson.
Oh, it looks like a beer bottle.
It's a little Jameson bottle.
It's a tiny little bottle of James.
A little bottle of Jameson. What are you
No,
doing,
mine
man?
is. Mine's little.
There's a
I got
Nick
me
Fuentes
that Black
adjacent
Barrel.
fan, Billie Jean, in the chat. And Billie Jean is like the little engine that could, because Billie Jean is really defending Nick Fuentes at every turn. And Rick Wolf says, I would expect the master race to type faster than this, Billie Jean.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Billie Jean's like, I think I can defend Nick Fuentes. I think I can defend Nick Fuentes. It's cute. I'm a fan.
Let's play some Nick Fuentes.
Nick, I want to switch gears a little bit and ask you about your religion. I know that I don't have you
Is
for
this
too much
the
longer.
Conspiracy Castle guy?
I'd like to get through some super chats.
No, this is just some other fucking cracker.
But I want to know.
Is he in a Catholic pachinko room?
Yes.
How important would you say your faith is in your politics? And
Behind him, it looks like there's Catholic cornhole.
Yeah.
Now, there's jokes we can make that we don't have to. But it does look like Catholic cornhole
Catholic
behind him.
cornhole. What do the beanbags look like?
What are they, like, just little sacks of sacrament? Maybe they're sacks of those wafers.
Yeah.
That you have to eat.
Yeah, the host. They call it the host.
Yeah, the host.
Yeah.
They're wafer thin. This Christ is wafer thin.
Vatican pinball nights are rocking.
Long have you been?
It does. Yeah, it kind of has a pinball machine thing too.
Nah,
Or like at the end of mini golf where you hit the ball into Christ's nose.
Yeah. We need like some fucking Catholic stained glass style like aesthetic for some skee ball machines.
Oh
That'd be
my
fucking
God.
dope,
Well,
man.
I could put that up on the green screen behind us, and we could be like in a Catholic setting. You know,
We don't need that.
But I want to be in this guy's weird, like, log cabin Catholic thing.
Oh,
This is
you know,
what-
there's a priest about to put his hand on his shoulder any second now.
Could you imagine
Yeah.
if the Catholic at the Vatican had like an arcade? How lit
They
would
have
that be?
they have a little post office and gift shops, and that's about it. I've been to the Vatican before, and it's like so touristy, but it is weird. There's only a few places tourists are allowed to go, and everywhere else is private property, and you can't go anywhere.
Well, it's totally essential.
You know, I
and
look, just as long as we're talking about the Pope, there's just one thing I realized recently, you know, with the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, like a lot of people are like expressing outrage, and it's like, yeah, you should. But the Pope is kind of the only guy, because recently he was like, Vladimir, I'm very disappointed in you about this war. And he's like the only like major political figure on the stage where it's like, oh, you kind of hurt the Pope's feelings.
Right,
Like,
but
for some reason,
Putin
that's
is not
news.
Catholic. Putin is
I
Orthodox.
know he's not Catholic. Of course he's not Catholic. But still, like, that was in the news that the Pope was like, hey, knock this off, will ya?
Yeah.
Like, that was a headline.
Like, I'm not a feminist, but if I pissed off Oprah, I'd feel kind of bad.
The thing is
Yes.
like the Pope has been excommunicated by his church. If you go like the Great Schism, the Great East-West Schism is when the Bishop of Rome and the Bishop of Constantinople both excommunicated each other, and it created two different churches.
No, I totally understand. And also, look, I'm a Catholic. I no longer go to church, and
Same
I
here.
don't. And I also don't like the Catholicism because of all the trouble that happens inside it.
I also don't
But-
believe in God, so like there's that part too. But I was raised
but-
Catholic.
But here's the thing: if the Pope just put out a tweet that was like, "I'm very disappointed in Asterios Kokonos' latest podcast," I would be like, "Ouch, that does hurt me for some reason."
The last pope was a Hitler Youth that retired because of some scandals that we still don't know all the details on, because they're able to push some of that shit in the shadows And rather than face any sort of consequences, he was the first pope to retire in probably over 100 years. I don't even know the stats on that.
What if he Michael Jordan did
300 years?
What if Michael Jordan did and like went to
He
go play
can't.
for a different religion and then came back to play for the?
He can't.
Did they raise his hat into the rafters?
They retired his number.
The more I see this room this guy's standing in, the more I really want to open like a Catholic themed gentlemen's club.
You know, so I
this
was
guy's
born and
room.
raised Catholic.
I do.
But like a lot of American Catholics, that's just kind of
all of Nick's little henchmen and the people. It's like a weird alt-right neo-Nazi pyramid scheme. All of them are converting to Catholicism now. Beardson.
They think it's the most base.
We,
Yes, they are.
we saw a picture of Beardson and his like list of goals, and one of them was to become Catholic, which is so easy. That's one of the easiest goals ever. They're begging to have new people join their church.
Right after become Catholic, it said get a GF, and I thought maybe it was girlfriend, but because it came right after Catholic, then I was like maybe it's get a godfather.
Here's the thing, though: if they found out that they were racist and anti-Semitic in the modern Catholic Church, that's a no-go.
Really?
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
yeah.
How the hell are all
Absolutely.
these guys Catholic?
I mean, they probably just go to their local church and they're like, I want to be Catholic, and they're not going to like question you. You'd have to like full on admit what you're into.
The Catholic Church is like, well, if you want to be a Catholic, whenever you talk about the Holocaust, you better make a reference to the Cookie Monster. That's the only way you're getting in here, little mister.
Now it's interesting because before you said GF, and I saw Nick Fuentes. He also had the letters GF written down somewhere.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe it stood for girlfriend or Godfather, but do you guys know what it stood for?
That's what you said.
What's it stand for? I want to know what it stands for.
Do you want to know what it stood for?
What's it stand for?
Well, literally,
Oh.
Billy said the same thing with Godfather, right? You said that.
Yeah,
But I'll-
yeah, that's what
But I'll
Asterios
tell
was
you what it
referencing.
stands for. Here's what it stands
What's
for.
it stand for?
It stands for
Am I high? What's happening?
It stands for what?
If you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything.
That's right, but that's not what this stands for.
I don't know what it stands for.
Do you know what the
Asterios.
letters GF stand for in this case?
What does it stand
Gluten free?
like a
Is it
it's
gay
a cultural
frogs?
thing. It's sadly this is
Oh,
the
can you
case.
pause
that-
the clip? Can you pause the clip?
Asterios is.
And could you put me back on the single cam?
Yeah,
Could
can
you
we
put
get
me back on
Asterios?
the-
Because I didn't know.
It stands for gaping feline.
Yes! The perfect timing from Asterios Kokonos. Oh, God. Perfect.
That's what it stands for in his case.
you know, the boomer and the X generation, they were probably raised by very, very traditional Catholic parents.
No.
You know, if they're, it really is a generational thing. People come over from Italy. You know, my ancestors came from Italy, Ireland, and Mexico. And people come.
I like how he mentions the Mexico part last, yet his last name is Fuentes. You know?
And he's a white supremacist.
Right.
Yeah.
And, and he's a white supremacist.
Can we continue referring to him as ethnic Fuentes?
Oh, I like that.
Ethnic Fuentes. Yeah.
Fuentes, I like that.
He probably
Yeah, that's good.
has Native American ancestry from the Mexican part of his family, because most people from Mexico have a good amount of Native American ancestry in them.
Come from Catholic countries to America, very devout. They come from countries, and in a different time too, 100 years ago, in a different place, and they come here and they bring a very strong faith, and it sort of degrades, it diminishes over time. And so I'm fourth generation, I think, on every side, Mexican, Italian, and Irish. And so, my grandparents, or I should say my great-grandparents are very devout. My grandparents are less devout. My parents are really not that devout at all. And then it gets to me, and it's just sort of like, not knowing key things about my own religion until I'm like a grown adult. But that's just what you do. You get that.
Lucky you, man. I had to know things. I literally, I went to Catholic schools, so I had to take religion classes.
Yes.
And learn about the religion, which honestly is what pushed me away from it. Them teaching me about Catholicism and being more educated on it, especially the history of the church itself, really pushed me away.
When I went to go get my catechism, is actually when I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with this bullshit anymore. Like it was stupid. They were like, you need to prove to God that you are a good Christian. I'm like, fucking who the fuck is this dude? What the fuck? Why do I gotta impress him?
The thing that really freaked me out was the whole, you know what? We really believe that you're eating him and drinking his blood.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, it's not like a symbolic thing. It is cannibalistic. It is cannibalistic. It's a weird cannibalistic ritual where we eat the guy we think was God. And it's real. And like they think it's real. And if you don't believe it's real, you can't be Catholic. You have to believe that shit that you're eating and drinking is the body and blood of Jesus, a guy who died forever ago.
It's a lot closer to like Midsommar than it is like boring ass fucking Christianity.
It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty nutty. Yeah, it's crazy.
And the way there's like a patron saint for everything, it's almost like how like the Greeks and the Romans had like a god for everything. It's kind of like that. They just kind of they changed it to a monotheistic thing. It probably happened in Rome because all the Romans were used to that. It's like, oh well, now you pray to this person, the patron saint of lost items or whatever. Yeah.
And the patron saint of lost items is, I think his name is Saint Anthony.
Yes.
But my favorite patron saint is the patron saint of the internet. Can you look that up real quick and pull that guy up? Yes.
Oh, God.
Okay, I haven't been in school for a long time, and the internet was a new thing when I was in school. So
let's figure this one out. There's a patron saint of cats.
There's a patron saint of throat diseases. It's Saint Blaise, and they would come and bless our throats in school on the feast of Saint. Because like today is the feast of Saint Patrick. Like. Every saint has a feast day. Some overlap. Some of the saints probably never actually existed too.
The patron
Blaise,
saint,
of course, got that disease from eating too much pussy. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Ben? Billy?
The patron saint of the internet is Saint Isidore of Seville, who was the bishop of Seville in 600 A.D. So
long before the internet ever existed.
I wouldn't say long before.
Oh, just missed it.
Yeah. There's also a patron saint of STDs.
There's patron saints of everything.
Is there a patron saint of... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Pretty disrespectful to say this on St. Patrick's Day.
Billy, if you don't want to say it, it's got to be terrible.
Yeah,
you want to chat it to us?
No, I got to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I was biting my tongue during your entire GF joke too. Because I kept wanting to, when you were paused, it was just close up on your face.
Yeah.
I kept wanting to say Greek maggot.
But that wouldn't work with the letter scheme.
I know.
GF.
That's
why when I said gaping feline,
I
you
know.
said girlfriend,
gaping feline works.
Godfather, gaping feline, but Greek maggot.
I know.
That doesn't work. I'm sorry.
I know.
Is that why you didn't say it?
Yes, because I look a complete idiot. I'm the patron saint of idiots.
Would have been off rhythm for the joke.
Yes, it would have ruined the whole flow of everything. And you did so well without my help.
These are 3 or 4 hour shows. They can't all be winners.
That's true.
I'm just proud that you were ideating and seeing what else you could come up with.
Yeah, and I was running through my little skull, and I could feel the hamster like dumping on the wheel. He was taking a shit on his own wheel,
eating one of its own babies, maybe.
Part?
Yeah.
Wait, I want to keep watching these two freaks talk.
All right.
What is
confirmed, you go to CCD and all of that, and that's just like...
he went to CCD, which is Catholic Education for Public School Kids.
Yeah.
I remember because they would fuck up our shit. Like I went to Catholic school. We'd get out of school and go home, and these fucking ruffians from CCD would come into our classrooms and fuck everything up. We'd come back and there'd be like shit stolen and stuff. Those shitty ass shit public school kids.
Cultural institution. It's just what you do. And, there's a lot of media out there about Italians, and they're sort of tenuous. There's this sort of cultural connection to the religion. Like if you watch The Sopranos and you watch some other shows, it's like you can kind of see there's some contradictions, but it's just part of growing up in that kind of a culture. So it wasn't until college that I arrived in my college campus, and I really started to think about like dying. I mean, that is really, and I think it's a very important
it's funny.
part
Can you pause this? Because watching him talk also makes me think about him dying.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The religion in America today, when it comes to Christianity, people.
They learned with Cozy TV, you can open several browser tabs, and each one counts as a view.
Yes, I've heard several of them use that trick.
Yep.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep.
One of the things that drives me crazy about this though is so like one of the Nick fans in the chat was saying like it was kind of disrespectful to be like making this fun of religion on St. Patrick's Day and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. This is what drives me so fucking wild about this is people on the far right, people like Nick Fuentes, people like all these like weird ass cracker ass cookie cutter motherfuckers are always constantly raging and railing about wanting to preserve our fucking culture, preserve all of this, blah blah blah. No great replacement. They will not replace blah, 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 blah. St. Patrick was the patron saint of spreading Christianity in Ireland.
He was British.
Yes, he was. He was fucking British. Now, whether or not driving the snakes out of Ireland was actually him driving out paganism, nobody has had a greater impact in spreading Christianity and erasing the prior like culture and heritage of Ireland than him. So every fucking time these dickbag Catholic pieces of fucking shit want to whine about being genocided by people coming in and changing their culture, well, people like fucking St. Patrick did exactly that. Is it different because, well, that's the real God? Dude, fuck you. Fuck you, you hypocritical piece of shit. It's so stupid. It's so absolutely inane. I mean, fucking hate that shit.
Not too long after that, quite a while on the grand scale of things, England ended up leaving the Catholic Church anyway.
I know, dude. It's so fucking insane. Professionalism. It's called the Drunken Peasants, you stupid fucking cocksucker. Fuck you.
I will say this.
I'm gonna stop arguing with the chat. Jesus Christ.
Will say this. I'll say this, which is, you got to admit, he 100% converted Ireland. Like, that guy did it. You always hear about, like, oh, missionaries going and getting killed and chopped up and all that. Oh, maybe they're not convincing enough. Maybe their sales pitch isn't too good. The Book of Mormon, blah, blah, blah. This motherfucker did it. Whether you love him or you hate him, he did. That guy had a successful campaign.
I don't have any wife to kiss right now. What the hell?
Yeah, where the hell's my goddamn wife?
I'm a little jealous.
Put that back on screen. Put that back on the big screen.
Yeah.
All right.
When are you guys gonna come visit?
Well, if the kisses are on the table, I'm driving down right after the show.
Fucking better.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
need to
come
take
visit.
you out shooting.
Yeah. Do some fun.
I have
shit
a brand new 30-06 I need to break in. Billy, come shoot with me.
Yeah, I'll bring one of my shotguns.
We'll do some Antifa super soldier trading.
Yes, anti-fat shits.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know. Fat shit always feels very relieving.
It does. It's better out than in.
That's true.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
I had to drop one during the show, actually.
Me too.
Yeah, you guys both left at the same time.
We did synchronized fat shits.
I was in there for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy was like, I have a cough. He was.
I was coughing.
Do you
yeah.
cough when you have to poop?
No, I've had a cough this week and it's not gone yet.
Are you giving me the vids?
Hopefully not. I did take a COVID test though, and it came back negative.
Oh, okay. You're probably okay then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a little Jameson's here. Also, just a quick reminder: Streamlabs link in the description. We're waiting for another call from JF once we hit 40%.
40%.
40%. It'll help us out, so we're not struggling on Saturday quite so much.
Saturday situation.
Oh, the guest on Saturday, Jeff. By the way, and you could show up if you want. Empress Gail Cord Schuler.
I love Gail. I love Gail. Oh man, that'd be fucking dope.
Yeah,
I
we're
got a
gonna have
chance
her
to talk to
for most of the show too.
That's great. I think. Okay, wait, hang on. Ben, you'll probably be able to remember better than I did. Wasn't I on a show once with Gail?
Yeah, I think once, and she recognized your name because you're one of her patrons.
Yeah. I think I was really, because I remember, the only thing I remember is like I kind of remember being excited about talking to Gail and then getting really drunk because I was nervous to talk to Gail, and then I don't remember the whole thing. Like, it's all a fucking blank in my mind. I got nervous.
I've seen clips of you talking to Gail. I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all right. So it's definitely confirmed. I've met like super famous like YouTubers and some celebrities and shit. I'm like, yeah, that was okay and everything. But like meeting Gail was like,
it's Gail. Mrs. Brent Spiner.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
By the way, never mention her name to Brent Spiner on Twitter. He will block you.
I've heard it's not as funny for him as it is for us.
Oh, he went off on Jeff one time.
He did.
Yep.
Yes, he did. He wrote me some tweets, and they were not kind tweets
you
at all.
wanted both of their autographs on the same book, right?
I had one of her books. I had one of her books, and I had already had it autographed by Old School DP. I was gonna send it to Gail and get her to autograph it, and then I wanted to see if he would autograph it. And he fucking ripped into me so hard.
He's been stalked by her for like 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh, you think it might be triggering for him to bring up this woman who's insisting that she's married to him and that he's a clone? And
he like the Brent Spiner that we're all interacting and watching on like Picard. That's the clone. That's not the real Brent Spiner. Right.
So you thought? Okay. So to be fair, you thought you were talking to the clone on Twitter.
Well, I wanted to just kind of broadly see if I could even get the clone signature,
of course.
Because the real Brent is busy. He's on the Church of Gale. He's fighting the forces of evil. Like, I'm not gonna get a signature.
You can't get data. You can at least go for lore.
I went to a Star Trek convention and took a picture of Brent Spiner eating a tuna fish sandwich and posted on Twitter, and Gail was like, "Stay away from that man. He's dangerous." Like she was.
I don't think Brent Spiner's dangerous. She should take that back.
He was stuffing his face with a tuna fish sandwich. He was like, because they just sit there and sign autographs. Like they get up and they do their little panel, and then for like a couple hours they just sign autographs for hundreds of people. Because in Vegas, that's the big Trek convention. And Brent was taking a break, like eating a sandwich, just like hanging out, and I snapped a photo of him and like tagged Gail on it on Twitter. And she was like, "Stay away from him."
I gotta say, like, so going to conventions where they do that sort of thing is really depressing to me. Like, super depressing.
I had a blast.
Well, I have fun at it too. Like, even the one that we had in Eugene for a while called UCon, EU Con, Eugene Con. Like, they had a panel with a bunch of the people from Twin Peaks, and I fucking loved it. It was super great. And then I went to go maybe get some autographs. And before I got to the tables where the Twin Peaks people were, there was an autograph booth with Deep Roy. Okay, Deep Roy was the guy who played the Oompa Loompas.
Fuck him.
No, you told me before.
Are we canceling Deep Roy?
I am, yeah.
Fuck Deep Roy. But
All
he
right.
was the guy who played the Oompa Loompa in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory remake.
CGI Oompa Loompa.
How many
fucking
jobs
Deep Roy.
how many jobs did he take away from Little People's?
For real?
He is a little person.
Yeah, but hold on.
There should have been 140 of them.
Right.
But they control C, control V'd him. Yeah, no,
Yes.
I agree. I agree. That's bullshit. But like, I was walking past and I look at Deep Roy in his little booth, and he's so little, and he was so depressed and so old, and I got so secondhand depressed. I could never look at another person doing it like a signature
This
booth
is
again.
Deep
I
Roy
was
with his
so
wife.
sad.
Don't feel bad for Deep Roy. Some bitch played 140 Oompa Loompas and got this woman in his world. He was, you know why he was depressed? Because his head
Okay, fuck Deep
his head
Roy.
wasn't directly layered against his wife's bosoms. I don't know if that's really his
He was in-
wife. I'm just assuming it is.
Oh.
Maybe. He was in something else like really faint. That's right. He was Teeny Weeny in Neverending Story. He's been like in fucking Hollywood for a long ass time.
You know
He's
who
a
else he
super
was?
old little person.
You know who else he
Huh.
was? Is that
Who?
is that Yoda?
Is that Yoda?
Yeah, Deep Roy was a double for Yoda on the set of Empire Strikes Back.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Do you know who
Dude,
just
he's
looks
70, he's 73 years old. How is he? Wow, dude, little people don't live that long.
You know,
that's fucking crazy.
You know who made
Good for
like,
him.
Remember Billy Barty?
I was at a wrestling convention once, and I saw a wrestler there who looked so sad. And I think he just naturally has the saddest face ever. Greg the Hammer Valentine. If you look at him, he always looks like he has a natural frown.
Greg the Hammer looks like he could be related to me.
All I'm saying is, it's kind of bullshit that Deep Roy is 73 and Vern Troyer died in like his 30s or something.
It's because Vern Troyer had different complications. The one thing I know about little people is they're not all the same. Some of them
he's
have
49. Wow.
Some of them have lobster hands. Some of them are highly fuckable. Some of them are lowly fuckable. Some of them.
Did you ever see the Vern Troyer sex tape?
No.
I think I did.
No?
I remember watching him pee on something.
We had a question the other night, a poll the other night, but you guys weren't here, so I'll ask both of you.
Bring it.
If there was a hardcore sex video that was totally free on the internet, and it was Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, would you watch it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Most
not
people said
proud-
yes.
I'm not proud of that, but I have to live with that for the rest of my life. But yeah, I would. No, I would click on that.
Okay.
How disappointing.
Here's
It's because of
something-
who they are. It's because they're old people.
Here's something
I
to
don't
check
give
you.
a fuck about that, dude.
Here's something
No,
to put you libtards in check. Would you rather
Okay.
watch? Would you rather watch Biden and would you say
Pelosi
fuck,
Nancy-
or would
Nancy
you rather
Pelosi.
watch Trump and Melania fuck?
See,
Biden and Pelosi, it's more of a freak show. Like a sex tape of Donald Trump is sort of expected. I would also watch it, but I wouldn't be as surprised.
But
I'd
Melania's
be like,
the most visually appealing of the four, easily.
no, of course, yes, I agree.
You
And there's
don't
also-
agree?
Jeff Holiday is a Captain America at the end of
Okay.
Avengers Endgame type of guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put it this way. I think
Of the four.
I think
the
it's
four.
more likely. I think it's more likely that Biden and Pelosi would fuck than Trump and Melania, because
Of
like,
course.
if you really want to see chemistry in a sex scene, you want to go with who Trump is actually procreated with, which is Ivanka. Okay.
You believe that?
So, dude. Okay. Everybody knows Barron is Ivanka's fucking son. Everybody.
Not
fucking
everybody knows that. First of all,
Everybody knows that.
every like white guy in the NBA is like 7 feet tall and Slovenian. So I believe that Trump would have a 7 foot tall kid with a Slovenian wife.
I'm sorry,
Ivanka
no.
is not. She's Czech. Her mom was Czech.
I'm sorry, but no. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. Barron
I do
is
not
the
believe
love
this.
child between Donald Trump and Ivanka Trump.
Asterios is making that face like he's about to sink down below the.
Can you imagine?
His dad is his grandfather.
Can you know how right now people are getting taken off the internet for misinformation all the time?
I don't believe this for a minute.
Can you imagine the day when like this misinformation about Trump's kid not being Melania's kid will be enough to take you down because that's how far from free speech we've gone? Like it's obviously a joke,
Dude,
right?
I fucking made Kekistan. You think anything can cancel me at this point? Who gives a fuck?
I'm talking about when it's the computer bots automatically saying it's not true. Melania did give birth to Baron Trump, not Ivanka, Trump's daughter.
I mean, we would probably notice some interesting issues with someone where their father is also their grandfather. There'd be some genetic issues.
If you told me Donald Trump was the son of his granddad, and
look, this is what I want. Okay, so it's 2022. We got 2 more years until the next presidential election. I want to see at some point Maury fucking Povich coming out with his team of geneticists and their 23andMe fucking
Thanks for
DNA
being lived
test.
today.
Yes!
Love all you guys.
Just
being on the road in the truck can be hard sometimes, especially on days like this. Let's start a tip train for my favorite sweet boys.
Tip
Like,
train!
share, and
Yeah,
masturbate
right.
to the stream in the name of Billie Jean.
Billie Jean.
Billie Jean, you lovable
all
scamp.
masturbate. That's all masturbate. I want to see Maury Povich come out with a you are or you are not the father on whether or not Ivanka is Baron's mom.
Well, normally
I want to see it.
Okay.
We're already in like fucking reality TV show fucking bullshit.
I want to know what a DNA test would look like in that case because, like, it's such a close relation already that I don't know. I'm not someone who would analyze.
There's gotta be a fucking way to do it because like the thing is, just by saying it, it sounds fucking ridiculous, but you have to understand like the world we live in.
It's not just.
It does. It sounds just. You have to understand the world we live in right now. We had a presidency for 4 years. The dude was a reality TV star.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
you're fired.
he impregnated his daughter.
The #1 fucking show in the world right now is run by a fucking guy that got famous by getting kicked in the fucking head and making people eat fucking bugs. Right now, people are listening to dumb fuck dipshits like Tucker Carlson and fucking Candace Owens all over the fucking planet. This is absolutely fucking banana town.
Doesn't mean...
Everything is going out the fucking window. If you think for 1 minute that having a paternity test for a fucking presidential election is too far, no, bitch. It's the next in the long line of evolution for a dissolution of the species. Everything is going fucking bananas. Nothing means anything anymore.
But it's going
Let's just fucking
bananas
roll
because
into it.
we can't trust the mainstream media outlets either. Like they're all full of it.
Would you trust? Okay, would you trust Maury Povich or Rachel Maddow more right now?
I wouldn't trust either of them.
More Pove.
No, but you got to pick one. You got to pick one, man. You got to pick one.
I think Connie Chung is cool. Is Maury still married to Connie Chung?
I don't know. Let me check.
He's not.
And I like that song, Wang Chung.
Yeah,
Is that on the list?
Everybody have fun tonight.
Everybody Wang Chung.
Are we gonna Wang Chug tonight?
Yes, they are still okay. So he's still married to Connie Chung.
All right, I'm going with Povich.
Yes.
America trusted Connie Chung for news for 2 decades.
Yes.
Ben?
What?
Can you pull up that clip from Cheers where Frasier talks about Wang Chung?
I think we would get flagged for that.
Really?
Yes.
God damn you, Les Charles!
CBS is very unforgiving.
They are.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. Right now is like, if you want to look at the news and shit, and with the whole scope of what we're dealing with these days, I would be more likely to trust the analysis of Maury fucking Povich than anybody on any of the mainstream news.
Everybody vote in the poll. Be honest. Don't do a troll vote. Don't try to be cute.
Troll voting.
What
Be
you
fucking
really
honest.
think. What you really
be
think.
honest. But I would trust Maury over any of these fucking these political fucking hacks on these news channels because they can get away with lying. They
Has
have a
Maury
whole fucking
Povich
network
said he
to spin.
thinks that Barron Trump is Donald and Ivanka's son?
I don't know. I haven't asked him.
We're not going to get an honest poll reading out of our chat. Like 170 members of our chat are still CIA plants that have been getting paid to watch this since the TJ days. And the CIA hasn't lifted their payroll yet.
Somebody said I trust Jimmy Dore and Russell Brand more than this administration. Bro, I've got so much shit to sell you right now. Holy fuck.
Russell
my
Brand
God.
he's so different now. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, is this administration that trustworthy? Remember when they said they were going to do something about Black Lives Matter? And they were saying we gotta do all sorts of promises.
Check out. I want to play for you this clip, the Russell Brand.
We think and feel because we've all had unique experiences, and we can't afford lazy labels.
By the way, this guy's a millionaire, and he dresses like a homeless guy.
He dresses like a rock star.
No, he doesn't.
Being right wing or left wing, that just used to be a thing. Now it's like a sort of an attempt to
maybe a rock star in the 1960s.
He looks like he's in Creed.
He's got an African child deep down inside of him.
Smear, slander, and take someone down. I know what this is. I've been in the media a long time. This is an attempt so you can't trust.
By the way, he was fired from MTV after showing up, MTV UK, after showing up the day after 9/11 dressed like Osama bin Laden.
Yep.
So he's got balls.
Right,
Russell Brand's unreliable. Russell Brand's a right-wing figure. And to manage those figures, I mean, this is pretty much the same as when they produced that list of doctors, half of whom were vets. Now they're producing a list of right-wing guests, and one of them is me. Well, let me tell you some things I believe in. I believe that big tech companies should be really strongly regulated and broken down.
Right?
So
That's a
point
right-wing
one,
fucking position.
Agree,
That's
disagree?
A right-wing fucking position.
What do you think, Billy? About a point he just made?
I think that the big tech companies should be broken down.
Okay.
They have way too much power. They control. There's the media, and then there's the perception of the media, and they control the perception of the media.
No.
Tell me about it.
No, that's not fucking true at all. 100%. Holy shit.
Big tech companies,
No, it fucking is not. Are you fucking out of your mind?
They 100% control the narrative of whatever we're talking about.
No, they fucking do not. No, they fucking do not.
Tell me why.
Holy shit.
Tell me why.
No, they fucking don't.
How do they not?
And if they do,
this is the part where they do.
Wing. If they do, it's for the fucking right wing.
Big
100
tech?
fucking percent. Yes, big tech.
It's for so the right wing wants to disband big tech, and also big tech is controlling the narrative for the right wing. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay. Do I need to break this down?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. All right. Let's break this down. Number one, big tech is not interested in anything else other than making fucking money. And those people who are going to be most likely to be breaking things down to allow for people to have a like little inroads and twists and turns for tax breaks and that sort of thing to get more money into these tech oligarch fucking companies is going to be the right fucking wing. Over and over and over and over, every single fucking time you have independent research fucking facilities going in and seeing like an audit of whether or not like Facebook or Twitter or any of these other fucking goddamn companies, which side of the political landscape is getting suppressed versus which one is getting boosted. It over and over is always the right wing gets fucking boosted over and fucking over again. Constantly. Constantly.
I will say it to kind of support the point he's making, although I think you're both making good points. Like, there's always lists of like the top shared articles on Facebook, and it's always like Ben Shapiro stuff, and it's always like right-wing content, because it's meant to be outrage-inducing, propagates better, and it makes Facebook more money because it gets shared more.
It propagates better, but also there's less of it. There's less, so there's only Ben Shapiro's gets shared more because there's Ben Shapiro, then there's Nick Fuentes and all the other little guys that trickle down beneath him, and then there's all this other stuff from the left. Like, there's so much more left-based media. We're talking about
what?
We're talking about.
Are you talking about political stuff or stuff overall?
Overall.
Oh, okay. I'll agree with that. I will agree with that.
I think that like a place that like a lot of left wing ideas break through is in like narrative storytelling. You know, a lot of movies and TV shows are about like, be cool to poor people. Let's not be racists or dicks. Like, you know, there's a lot more movies about bad racists than good ones. Although it's kind of sad that you got to say like racism bad is a left-wing talking point and not just like a thing we all agree on.
Right.
Your point was. Your point with social media only wanting to make money, like these big tech companies only want to make money, like that's their only goal. They make more money by appealing to the masses, by appealing to the people who are going to follow, and they appeal with the social connection. They appeal towards the left right now because that's who we're going to, and all the algorithms are pushing. Like they're definitely trying to control the narrative on their platforms.
By the way, Hell's Only in the chat says Billy is talking about the specific issue of astroturfing.
But like, okay.
All right, so Jeff, we're going formal with this. You get 1 minute to say whatever you want to say, and then we'll turn it over to Billy to rebut. Go.
Sure. Yes. Okay. So one of the things that you have to keep in mind when you're talking about this sort of thing is that when people are talking about the engagement and the attention that's going to be put on social media, what they're talking about is click-through rates. Things are going to be engaging and exciting. A lot of times, and this is one of the reasons why we had all this problem with like misinformation, COVID misinformation, conspiratorial content and whatever. It's not necessarily whether or not they're trying to reach the most broader topics or audiences possible. They're trying to get the harder click-through rate. Now, we understand and we accept that most people in society all hold, for the most part, progressive fucking values. But are those people that are engaged? Are those the people that are going to be looking at ads? Are those the people that are going to be like feverishly trying to share and engage in this kind of thing? The passive, progressive fucking viewer is going to look at the internet and be like, that's interesting. But the fucking hardcore MAGA fucking patriot is going to be...
All right. Billy, your rebuttal now.
If they were only about the click-through, only about the views, we wouldn't have had people like Alex Jones and Donald Trump deplatformed, right? Like they would, because they pull in the views. They would allow them to continue. There's so many points that they will make very clear are misinformation, and they will say Joe Biden is the president, right? And they should say this. It's the fact. It's true. But when Donald Trump was on a podcast, can't remember the name of the podcast this last week.
I watched that.
He was claiming to still be the president. And rather than be like and put up a little President 19, Trump 19 COVID warning like they do with COVID, they just remove the entire thing from YouTube, right? They remove the entire thing. They could put a little warning message, but they cut it out. And we see this all the time because I don't know what I'm saying here. Honestly.
Can I get a minute now?
Yeah, please give Asterios a minute.
Finish what you want to say first, then I'll give Asterios a minute.
There's all these points where if it was just about the views, they would allow these things to go unchecked, and they would just put a little warning message, but they're actually pulling them down. And I think it's maybe the wrong thing to do to pull them down. I think the right thing to do would be put a little message saying, hey, this is 100% wrong and dumb. But hiding it only gives people this idea that there's a conspiracy against them. And there are conspiracies in this world.
All right, Asterios, 1 minute. Here you go.
All right, thank you. The interesting thing about like deplatforming an Alex Jones or Trump, like if you were just interested in putting the content that performed the best at all times on your platform, you would just stream hardcore pornography 24/7. Like, granted, there are some limits, and I think those limits come into existential threats to the platform. The reason Facebook took down Trump and Twitter took down Trump's account was because people stopped liking Twitter as much. And so, granted, there was a short-term gain of this Trump guy gets a lot of clicks, but there was a long-term threat to the platform and its standing. That's why they took him down. You know what I mean? Like, in that case, it was a business reason.
All right.
And that's exactly what it comes down to. The only time conservative voices get actually censored on big tech companies, money. That's
so
it.
how many new
Money.
users do you think Trump
That's it.
brought to Twitter? How many people that literally went to Twitter that would have never used Twitter without Trump? And I noticed it was almost 50-50. Trump's audience, his audience on Twitter was 50% hate and 50% sucking him off.
Sure.
And I think a lot of people knew because they saw on CNN, like boomers and shit, saw on CNN, oh, now the news is telling us what Trump does on Twitter. So I guess this is what is where the news is made now. So I'm making a Twitter now. I think Trump was so reluctant, or I think Twitter was so reluctant to ban Trump because of how many new fucking users he brought to their platform that like it took a January 6th for them to get rid of him.
Has anybody in here like been to San Francisco and like been around like tech bros and tech company and whatnot?
I've been to San Francisco, but not the tech. Well, there's tech bros here in Seattle.
Yeah. So, like Billy has, it looks like Asterios probably has. So, like, if you understand the culture, it's really, really simple. It's super, super simple. Like, these tech companies have so much fucking money. Like, it is fucking disgusting how much fucking money they have. And these types of tech companies, they have whole ass departments. And some of these departments are just people that sit there and crunch fucking numbers, and it's just cost evaluation fucking numbers. So I imagine somewhere in the Twitter building, and I've been in the Twitter building, I got kicked out of the Twitter building.
Pee pee poo poo.
Pee pee poo poo. And they had like a group of people that were sitting there crunching the numbers of how much engagement do we get from Trump versus how much are we going to lose in revenue from him like doing a treason, like. And they had to make that fucking call. And it was all math. And that math was based on this, not banning a conservative voice. Because the tech companies don't give a fuck what your political position is. They care about money.
All this came about because Russell Brand said that he thinks that the big tech companies should be disbanded to a point where they don't have so much power. It was never even about the left or right of it, right?
But he's trying to make it a case that this is like an infringement upon our access of debate, and that's against conservatives. And it's not. It's about money. And the reason why he's pissed about it, or why he's not even pissed about it. He's using this to get a bunch of fucking views because Russell Brand is doing the fucking Tim Pool grift right fucking now. That's the only reason why. Yes, it is.
What's the next point he raises? He raises another point.
I just want to also point out that if you think that these big tech companies should continue to have this much power, I want to know why. Because I do feel like they're their own countries right now. They make their own laws. They have their own GDP that compares to some of the biggest nations in our world, and they operate outside of the restrictions.
I would say
they can just hire somebody to start a war using text in a certain area and up.
Sure,
it's very simple for them to make big moves in this world using their media platforms they own.
Yeah. What's the difference between them and like oil companies or like any other fucking companies that had
oil companies have to go? The oil companies have to go through the other outlets. These people own the outlets.
What are you talking about? No, wait, no. Listen, okay. What you're talking about is access. You're talking about access. And you have to make the decision right now whether or not you are for free market capitalism or you are against free market capitalism. If you are for free market capitalism, you cannot put brakes on big tech companies.
Yeah,
and at least not in the ways that anybody's talking about right now. Not to say that I'm against the idea that maybe we need to like find a way to evolve and rein in like our digital landscape.
My idea is a public option for big tech. Okay. Well, a publicly funded Twitter that works just as good, and the terms of service fall in line with First Amendment type stuff. So no calls for violence or that kind of stuff, but you can pretty much say anything else.
But we're not even in free market capitalism anymore. We're in a position where the people with the money have been changing the laws for the last 40 years to take away from the people.
Billy, that's what free market capitalism is.
Is that what free market capitalism is?
That's exactly what free
I
market
don't think it's a free market at all. I think it's 100% being skewed towards the haves.
Yeah,
is
I
that
know, that's
free
what
market for the haves?
That's a free market capitalism actually is, dude. Yes, that's what it is.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Sorry.
Then it's not good.
It's
It's
very
not
fair.
sorry.
No,
it's
not.
It's not good.
It's
So
not.
no, I'm not for
it's
free
not
market
good.
capitalism, and neither is Russell Brand,
Neither
right?
am I.
So we all agree with
no.
Russell Brand.
But
No, but he's full of, he's just talking a bunch of bullshit. That's the whole thing. Like he doesn't actually believe anything that he's saying. He's just
Why do you
doing
think
like
that?
Tim Pool. We are being 10 times more honest right now in our conversation, like how we're hashing things out right now, than anything that Russell Brand is saying.
Someone just
You
pointed
watch
out
a lot of Russell Brand.
Someone just pointed out correctly that the publicly funded social media site would be dog shit because there's no incentive to approve it. Here's the thing, though: all of the people who get banned from the private ones will end up there because that'll be what's there, and then it is treated like a public utility, like they all fucking say it should be treated like. And it'll be there, and you can do there, and you can like post your dumb shit if you want.
And like, don't get
It'll
me
always
wrong,
be there.
man. Don't get me wrong. Like this whole concept of like free speech versus big tech companies and that sort of thing. Like, it may seem like I'm on one side of this issue, but like, keep in mind, I've had 6 fucking Twitter accounts nuked. All of them for stupid fucking reasons. And obviously I don't fucking support that. And I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. But the arguments that I always hear against it are always self-serving dog shit coming from grifter fucking assholes with copious amounts of fucking money. I'm so canceled. I scream as I make millions of dollars a year from my speaking tours. It's always those fucking people talking about it. And then random ass people like me who work out of my fucking garage and I keep making fucking Twitter accounts are like, I don't really know what the answer is.
By the
and
way,
I don't know what the answer is.
Someone just said public utility is the internet itself, not the sites. No. Literally, people have advocated for Twitter to be treated as if it's a public utility before. I've heard that argument for Twitter.
Yeah, I've heard that
specifically.
Yeah, me too.
Is it free market capitalism when we have bailouts, when we have government bailouts, when we have government subsidies? Is it free market? Is that free market capitalism?
Yeah, because it's being given to a private business.
Yep.
Who gets to decide whatever they want to do with it.
And because if you put restrictions on their ability to lobby against it, that would be against capitalism, Billy. That is a stepping stone to communism, and we can't have that. No communism, Billy.
It seems to me like this isn't free market. If it's not dealing with supply and demand here. It's dealing with the government intervening into this supposed capitalism, and it's oligarch territory.
Well, the problem is that the free market as a concept is a great concept, and it's very altruistic, and I believe in it. It's a great concept that we can believe in, but in practice, that's not how it works. It's just not how it works. We end up with this dog shit that we're constantly trapped in a constant cycle of like sinking down a fucking toilet drain. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that Russell Brand might say that he's for these things that sound good, but he does not care, and he's rich, and he makes a fuck ton of money, and every time he tells you that he's canceled, he gets more rich.
I see the opposite with Russell Brand.
Piece of shit.
I disagree. I completely disagree with that.
He makes another, because that was only his first point.
Yeah, it's literally the first point. We've been talking for 20 minutes. That's how great Russell Brand is.
I believe that massive companies should pay their taxes in the countries that they...
Oh, shit. My bad.
Oh, God.
They make money from. I believe that public health workers, firefighters, police officers, people that do jobs that put their own lives on the line should be properly paid, properly supported, properly trained. I believe that the...
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
I think you guys both kind of missed the point he was trying to make. When he said, like, I believe that they should be regulated. I do. What he was trying to say is, because liberals believe in regulating corporations, and therefore, because I believe in regulating big tech, I am a liberal. It's weird that you're calling me a conservative. And now he's going to list off the other 20 things he's liberal about. He's going to be like, I believe in abortion and paying teachers and paying doctors and all this. He's trying to do a whole thing where he's like, I'm liberal. You're just saying I'm conservative, you is, because you need me to be a monster, you do. And it's just like, Russell, we kind of don't care at all. Like,
Nobody gives a
congratulations, you found a way to get some attention by like cozying up to the right. Like bravo. I don't care.
I don't think
Go
he's
ahead.
cozying up to the right. I think he's just
Of course
not
he
falling in line with the liberal media.
Nah,
You
there's
know what?
there.
Let me find some examples because you're
There's-
right. Like if I'm gonna make that claim, let me see if I can prove it.
Yes, please do it. Please do it.
Let's keep watching his stuff.
Most vulnerable people in society, the mentally ill, drug addicts, the vulnerable, should be looked after and taken care of. I believe that small businesses should be given every opportunity to thrive.
What does that even mean, though?
Those small businesses should be given every opportunity to thrive.
Yeah.
That they shouldn't be shut down by mega corporations getting subsidies and pushing them out because
Is that what he said, or is that what you're projecting onto what
I mean,
he
that's
said?
what he said. He thinks small businesses should be able to thrive.
That's all he said.
That's
Full
and that's
stop.
Well, that's what that means.
Is it?
100%. That's what that means. Big corporations are stomping out small business. They're making it impossible for small businesses to survive, especially when small businesses have to close down for things like a pandemic, and the big corporations are able to operate throughout the pandemic. There was a lot of mismanagement during the pandemic that we shy away from because Amazon and other companies that benefit from the pandemic and make tons of money own the media outlets. They don't want to shine the light on the fact that there was a very unfortunate imbalance that put small businesses out of business.
I believe that community should be run by the
I
people.
can, if you don't mind, pause. All right, so I found some of the Russell Brand. What is it? In September of 2021, he released a video called "quote Trump was right about Clinton and Russia collusion."
Yeah.
Brand has also recently spoken a lot, or during the pandemic. Like he made a lot of videos on the pandemic that at least according to just what I'm reading and the titles of them, like seem to create like some skepticism and doubt. So I think like that is why people are saying that he's cozying up to the right. Like,
of course.
When you make a video called "Trump was right about Clinton and Russia collusion," you're doing it to score points with people who already believe that, the right wing.
Or you're doing it to show people that Hillary is not that much better than Trump. He's not Team Trump or Team Hillary. He's Team People. And we're saying, well, if he's saying something bad about the Democrats, he must be on the right. No, he's saying there's problems on both sides. But we want to wear our fucking team jersey so proudly that we're going to shit on him because he's shitting on our team. That's the problem here. If you watch the video where he's talking about Hillary and Russia, it's because the fucking guy that called in Trump's Russia was a member of Hillary's illegal team. And he was the one that dimed in saying Trump had collusion with Russia. That's questionable. Why can't we talk about these things without saying somebody is obviously just Tim Pool? Like, this is what worries me. We keep throwing people out of the fucking picture because they say things that aren't comfortable with the desired line of talking.
Who are you talking about?
God and Russell Brand. The same man.
Whoa.
I think that if you wanted to make a video that was called like "Everybody sucks here and the world is fucked," you would call the video that and not quote "Trump was right about Clinton and Russia collusion."
Jeff.
Like
That's an attention
Sorry
getter.
for interrupting.
Like if you know how YouTube works, you got to get people's attention, and it worked.
But
the problem
who are
was
you looking to get attention from? With that
literally
title?
everybody.
But I think that you are looking to get attention from people who already believe that, people on the right way.
Russell, let me ask you a point blank question because I was looking at Russell Brand's channel the other day, and that's why I had this video downloaded. He made a video that basically was like, we're not in Ukraine because we're not getting involved in Ukraine because we give a shit. It's because of Hunter Biden. Do you think there's truth to that, or?
I mean, I do know that there is connections with Hunter Biden in Ukraine. What did Ukraine buy from Hunter Biden when they gave him all that money? We don't know. And to assume to have the conspiracy question asked should be an okay thing to do.
I know the best questions to ask.
We should be able to respond to Russell Brand and say, no, you're wrong because you're wrong because you're Tim Pool, right?
What do you think though?
What do I think?
But the reason that question is being asked is to muddy up the Biden family. Like
They're
Biden
muddy
works
as
for a
fuck. They're muddy as
Hunter-
we knew this. We hated Biden, and we still fucking wanted him to beat Trump, and we hated him. We all
Hunter
hated
Biden
him.
wor-
That's
Hunter
true.
Biden worked for like a private oil company. He got one of those jobs that a rich person's kid gets. Congratulations, the Trump kids did it too. Like, why were people on the right talking about Hunter Biden at the time?
Okay.
They were doing it to try to muddy up Joe Biden. Not that they were super
True.
concerned that like a rich person's fuck up drug addict kid got a job off their daddy's name. Because if they were
Isn't
concerned
that
about
a little
they would be
strange?
concerned
By
about
the way, the
fact
leaked
that-
DMs were great.
Hunter
Of course
Biden.
they were great.
Isn't it a little strange the second we started looking at Hunter Biden and tried to muddy the Biden waters? He disassociated from China where he's getting the money, Ukraine where he's getting the money, and he started to randomly sell art. He got into the art world and was selling pieces out the gate for $500,000. Like there's some shit going on here. If a crackhead...
I agree. I agree that rich people's kids are shitty, but I also agree that if you're going to make a bunch of YouTube videos about it, it's to appeal to the right wing and to muddy up the Biden name. You're asking that question.
True.
Like when you put the question out there, what's Hunter Biden up to? You're not just asking questions. You're trying to create a narrative for political purposes.
But there's a narrative here to talk about. We don't have to protect Hunter Biden. We don't have to wipe Hunter Biden's ass. He's a privileged kid who can randomly get into the art world and start selling art for $500,000 with no history. Like, come on.
I mean,
There's
so did
something
George
going
W.
on
Bush,
here.
But I mean, George W. Bush also made a bunch of shitty art.
But
But
did
like
he
people
sell it for
aren't-
$500,000? He gave it to Putin.
George W. Bush gave art to Vladimir Putin.
Look, all I'm gonna say is
Putin,
Joe
right?
Biden. Joe Biden did not knock up one of his daughters, so he's better than Trump.
Hey, by
so
the way,
whatever.
Jeff, I just went to Russell Brand's channel,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to comment on this, but Russell Brand a couple days ago uploaded a clip, like a short, so like 30 seconds or less, and it's Jimmy Dore talking, and then at the end of it, it's just Russell Brand being like, no lie, no lie.
Right here. Hell's
right here.
Hell's
See?
only in the chat.
Yep.
yeah. What's Jimmy saying? What's Jimmy saying on this?
Really quick.
shit.
Hell's only in the chat says Billy Beer Billy. There have been sons and siblings of presidents who cashed in on their relations. Yes, there have. The difference is Hunter Biden was getting exorbitant amounts of money for having relations with foreign countries, and then all of a sudden randomly sold shit art as a crackhead for $500,000 in great sums, and it couldn't be linked back to anybody because it was private auctions. There's some weird shit going on there, and we should talk about it. We shouldn't cover it up because he's our president's son.
I mean, I think that we all agree that people should be allowed to talk about Hunter Biden's weird dick pics and his heroin and sell and the fact that he got like a job through daddy's connections and he's selling weird. Of course we should be able to talk about these things.
Yes.
No one is saying we shouldn't be able to talk about them. But what I'm saying is when you go on, when someone goes on YouTube and makes a bunch of videos about Hunter Biden, quote, just asking questions, they are doing it to appeal to a right-wing audience and they're doing it to make money. Now, Billy, I know you have a bigger concern here. Let's put Hunter Biden aside for a second. Your larger concern is how easy it is to be canceled right now. And like, interestingly, everybody on this phone call has at some point been canceled. So so I think all of us agree that yes, we live in a reactionary culture, and it seems weird that people are turning Russell Brand into kind of the villain of the day, and that all of a sudden they're pillorying him as some right-wing figure to the point where he has to go out on camera and list all the things he's liberal about. I don't think any of us like how easily disposable people are these days.
Agreed.
I think that could be true, and also Russell Brand could be trying to get clicks by making right-wing content. Billy, what do you think?
Oh my God,
This is what I think. I think Russell Brand knows how to click a title, It's working. Is he trying to appeal to the people on the right? Yes. And is it good for us on the left? Yes. Because if you watch his actual content, he's more closer to the left. And if he can appeal to these people on the right and pull them closer to us, that's a win.
No, he's not.
I agree with that.
No, I disagree.
Why do you disagree, Jay?
Let me just say real quick. I agree that we should be putting out content for people on the right that brings them to the left. But like that's what I agree with. But Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. Like the thing that's really weird about this too is that, like, okay, 95% of everything that people believe in the world, at least in like say the United States, we all agree on. Whether you're conservative or you're progressive, if you're left, you're right, you're far left, you're far right. We like 95%, we all agree on the same fucking things, okay? We all agree on them, but it's that difference, that like 5% difference that we focus on and we make it very, very important. And that's the things that like we hyperfixate on and we blow up into like the most important fucking crazy ass shit out there. For some people, especially for some vulnerable like communities, that 5% can be something very, very intense and something that we have to focus on. And I get that. I totally get that. And I understand. And I have respect for it. Now, the thing is, though, when we're talking about propaganda, what we're talking about is directing and steering people towards certain aspects and attitudes, okay? Now, I've been watching this for a really long time, and a lot of people, they're still fixated on this idea that it's just a conservative versus like liberal, or it's a left versus a right sort of thing. That is not the world we live in right now. And if you are right now believing that that's the dichotomy, like that is like the fucking structure that we're dealing with right now, you're wrong. You are fucking wrong. That is not how things fucking work right now. It is not. And I'm sorry, but it's not.
Is that what we're talking about right now?
Well, no, but I'm getting there. Hang on. I'm getting there. Where we live right now is a very, very tense, crazy ass fucking reality where there is a new structure of propaganda that is being embraced. And this embracement is largely an ineffectual left wing that really doesn't know what the fuck it's doing versus a right wing that is embracing not only meme culture, but also patriot, free speech, fucking anti-mandates, like cancel culture, blah, 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 blah. And all of these like talking points are the new, I don't want to say the new right, but because like right and left don't mean anything anymore, but is the new position. And that position has great points that we do need to accept have validity. Like free speech is important. Yes, absolutely. Free speech is important. But part and parcel with it, when we're talking about people like Russell Brand or like Tim fucking Poole, they talk about free speech only in the way to like coax the dick in before they're like, actually authoritarianism is good. They coax you into these ideas before they like hit you upside the fucking head with a bunch of bullshit.
Do you watch Russell Brand stuff?
Yeah, I do.
So when's the last time you saw Russell Brand hit you with some Tim Pool style fucking coax the dick in? I don't see this. I see him
constantly. Constantly.
Give me one piece you can recall.
Okay.
Katy Perry.
So,
nothing.
What's that?
Nothing.
Yeah, just go ahead and talk uninterrupted.
Sorry.
So like these anti-mandate sort of things, for example, or this like New World Order sort of shit is entirely designed. And this is the thing that drives me fucking crazy. I've been dealing with this shit for so fucking long. COVID was a perfect fucking storm. COVID didn't create this, but COVID was the perfect excuse for these types of things to happen, for the right to finally embrace an anti-authoritarian stance. And it's not actually an anti-authoritarian stance, but it is well, now Biden's in charge. So actually, now vaccines are bad. Now mandates are bad. Now trying to fight against the pandemic is bad. Now before, when it was Trump and he was doing these sort of things, that was good. But because it's Biden, now it's fucking bad. So we are the freedom fighters. We're the freedom fighters. By the way, we need to secure our borders. We got to limit what we can teach in schools. We need to burn fucking books. We need to do this. We need to do fucking that. It's hollow bullshit. It's all just posturing, holographic shimmer shammer. It means fucking nothing. All of it means fucking nothing. They say they're taking a stand for things like, say, it's all about freedom or this, that, and the other thing. And in the same breath, they talk about how we need to have the freedom to be able to move and not have to wear a mask or not have to have an injection. They will say that we need to protect our children from dangerous fucking ideas. We need to restore the values and virtues of a Christian fucking nation. They will do these things because they don't fucking mean anything to them. Freedom is not actually something that they believe in. It is a platform, a position. It is ammunition that they will use to further their own authoritarian agenda. Now, if you think by me saying this that I am standing that politicians on the left or the Democrats or liberals are somehow better, no. No, they are just as fucking bad. Now, this is what I'm talking about. When you look at these things, like pieces of shit like Russell Brand, who are absolutely coaxing and catering and giving and working the shaft of the right-wing.
I don't like it when you call
propaganda.
anybody a piece of shit. Like this is like I asked you a question about Russell Brand, and the first in this long ass response, the first time you actually talked anything about Russell Brand was to call him a piece of shit, and that was it in your response.
And I'm bringing it back, and I'm just about to answer. When you bring it back to people like Russell Brand, who are going against people who are absolutely into the right wing, and he starts pumping and coaxing their dicks about how this is all about fucking freedom, it's just coaxing them and getting them primed for whatever type of authoritarian dickbag bullshit that's going to be coming from the right wing, because that's where he's getting his fucking marching orders. He's doing the same thing as Tim Pool. The same exact thing.
What you're looking for is a hard example. And I sent you one over chat. Looks like a couple of days ago, Russell Brand made a video called "So This Is What They've Been Hiding."
I love how some people are like, move on, and other people are like, I love this.
Yeah, that's the
I mean, this is it. It's like, it's rare that we get to talk about this stuff, so it's like a fun change of pace. Like the thumbnail here is the NPC meme, and the NPCs all say Ukraine doesn't have biolabs, and so what Russell's putting out here with the video called "So This Is What They've Been Hiding."
I have it.
NPCs say, because remember, whatever the NPCs say is wrong. So what Russell Brand is saying here is that Ukraine does have biolabs. Now, granted, all of us on this call know that this is kind of a gray area because yes, modern countries have labs that study diseases and so you can prevent infections, which is what the Ukraine had. Like a lot of countries, they had doctors in rooms making sure people don't get sick. But the right-wing narrative is Putin invaded Ukraine because Ukraine was working on a bioweapon that would be spread by birds to kill ethnic Russians. Have you guys talked about that on the show yet?
Dude, are we about to talk about the biolabs? Because I just oh my God, can we talk about the biolabs?
I don't know anything about them, but go ahead.
Really quick, before we get into the biolabs.
So much about the biolabs.
Before we get into the biolabs, I do want to say that you spent about 15 minutes using words like they, them, they, them, them, and then finally you said Russell. Finally, when you talk about Russell Brand, you only talked about him to call him a piece of shit, and then Asterios came in, gave up this piece, which was a thumbnail, right? And the thumbnail is posing the question, so you get people from both sides to click in. And maybe I'm wrong, but every time I've ever clicked into one of those thumbnails, he basically reads off a bunch of information that's like gray area information and just tells you to think for yourself.
Jeff,
he's not doing the Tim Pool thing where he's like, it's going to be a red wave, you better get your buckets.
Jeff,
I don't see him doing that.
All you've been is they, them. Why do you only use gender neutral pronouns?
I am all about my non-binaries, and listen, I know what my past used to be, and some of you might kind of have some really strong feelings about me, but all you genderqueer people, you're very beautiful, man.
Billy,
can we talk about
the headline
biolabs?
of an article is super important.
It's a thumbnail. Yes, it's a clickbait.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And who are you baiting for clicks? with this.
Well, I think
You're
both
baiting
sides are
people
going
on
to
the
come out
right.
to this one. People are going to be like, what the hell are you talking about?
so bad.
They're going to come back from one side. The left's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? The right's going to be like, oh, this is what he's talking about. And then if you watch the actual video, which I don't know if you guys watch the actual videos, I don't watch Russell Brand that often, but every time I see one of his clickbait videos, I click in and I watch it because I want to see what side he's leaning to. And sometimes, I can see where he's coming to, but he usually just puts these facts together and tells you to make the fucking questions yourself. He's not driving it like these other guys are, telling you that this is the red wave, this is the piece of shit, get your bonus bucket, Trump's gonna come through. He doesn't do that type of shit.
Tim Pool did do the bonus bucket thing.
I want to say one more thing before Holiday jumps in, which is, yes, like I agree, and often Fox News will do the same thing. Fox News will have an incendiary headline, and then when you read the article will actually be kind of balanced, and it'll point out both sides and blah, blah, blah. The headline is the most important thing, though, because a lot of people don't read the article or don't watch the Russell Brand video. All they do is they're scrolling, and they see this, and here's what they take away from that. Oh, Ukraine did have biolabs. Okay, time to keep going. But I agree, Billy, I agree with you that when he lays out the case for 17 minutes or 22 minutes and 59 seconds, he probably puts in like a lot of wiggle words, like some say this, I think this, of course, it's a more nuanced case.
It doesn't even seem like some say.
But the headline is the most important piece of the content.
And that's the problem. This is a YouTube world we live in. The thumbnail and the headline bring people in for the views. And if they're only going to take that thumbnail and make their opinion on the thumbnail, is Russell Brand a piece of shit for using a thumbnail and a title that gets people to... Bullshit then everybody's a piece of shit. The real pieces of shit are the lazy motherfuckers that don't watch the article and read and still use it as some sort of factoid.
No. You don't get to shame random ass people.
Well, so you only get to shame Russell Brand?
Wait. No. You don't get to just shame ass random fucking
people. I do get to shame stupid fucking people that only clickbait and don't read the article.
No, you don't. No,
100%.
Like,
you're going to tell me now people who don't do the research shouldn't be shamed. You're the fucking science man, Jeff. You're the fucking science man.
So now I have to stand for the modern fucking person against Billy the fucking
Yes,
Fridge.
you do.
People are busy. People are busy.
Then
People
don't use the headline as fact. Skip it.
Then don't put the headline out as fact.
That's how it's not fact. It's a quote. It's in a quotation. It's in a quotation.
Billy's face is turning very red.
It's clickbait. This is how YouTube works. You guys are trying to tell me that YouTube works differently. You're trying to tell me that's not how YouTube works. You guys know how YouTube works.
I agree I agree that a clickbait headline will drive an emotional reaction from an audience. But the audience you're going after here...
I'm about to pour another. Actually, this is the video where he's kind of like, they're lying to you about Ukraine.
All right, let's watch it.
I watched the video he put out before this, and I'm like, because he was kind of pushing things in that direction. I was like, oh, he's about to say Ukraine is because of Hunter Biden. And then like 3 hours later, I see it in my feed, and I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
It's a simple black and white thing. Either Putin is evil or NATO started it. But when did the war in Ukraine really start? And who really started it?
He's got a farting bird, though. I like that.
Yeah, everybody likes the farting bird.
Yeah, good day to you,
It's a good farting bird.
5.1 million awakening wonders. Do you know that only 48% of the people that watch these videos are subscribing? So if you ain't subscribed yet...
It's so funny that this guy who was like a movie star 10 years ago is now a YouTuber.
Yeah, because...
I know, dude. Okay, and I have to make this fucking point. I have to make this fucking point. Because we were talking about this, and Billy was like, well, people need to look more than just like the fucking the basis of like the headlines and the thumbnails and that sort of thing. People are fucking busy. People are busy. This dude has how many million fucking subscribers? These people do not have fucking time to just watch every goddamn YouTube video. They don't have time to be able to extrapolate every single aspect to find whether or not something is going to be true or not. They are going to look at the fucking headlines. They are going to look at the fucking thumbnails. They are going to draw their conclusions. And the thing is, it's not fucking fair to then say those people are stupid because they don't know, because they didn't dig into it.
It's 100%. It's 100% fair to say they're stupid if they're going to formulate a factual opinion based on a questionable thumbnail and fucking title.
I liked forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Absolutely. I fucking reject that. Absolutely. That is fucking human. People are fucking busy. They have kids. They have jobs. They have all these fucking things they have to do in their fucking lives.
So because they're busy, they have an excuse to be ignorant and perpetuate wrong things.
Everybody is fucking ignorant.
Then shut the fuck up. That's your gift as a human being. Is you can just shut the fuck up.
Wait, so Billy, are you arguing that we should have a society run only by philosopher kings that can have the time and the money to be able to further extrapolate and understand the higher consciousness
if
of
you
all
have the
these types
time
of
to fucking surf around YouTube
scenarios?
and click thumbnails and clickbait and formulate an opinion on Feudy Beauty or fucking Nicocabo Avocabo, you make that choice rather than watch Russell Brand video, but then you still use Russell Brand's thumbnail and say, that Russell Brand, he told me Ukraine was because Hunter Biden fucked a fucking dog in Ukraine. And so I told him, Hunter Biden laptop started World War III.
Okay. I get what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, but you have to understand something. Right now, you are putting the onus and the responsibility on people and not on the people who might be leading them astray. Isn't that fucked up?
Clickbait is fucked up, but that's how the fucking internet works.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's
right
the effective use of the internet.
No, wait. I'm saying you are making the excuse that clickbait is okay. Lying to people is okay because they're too stupid and they don't have enough time to find out that clickbait is a lie.
If you look back at the world since pre-Madison Avenue even, yes, we've been lying to people to get their attention and take their money. That's how our society works. And if Russell Brand wasn't using clickbait, somebody else would, and they would get the same fucking video click-through.
So are you calling Russell Brand a liar?
No, he's a YouTuber.
Well, no, Billy, you just said that people use clickbait and headlines to lie to people. I mean,
you know what? I have liked some of his movies, and I have watched his comedy shows and liked them in the past.
I think he's funny.
Yeah, he's a
I went and saw a movie in the theaters with him last month.
Funny.
He was in a movie in the theaters last month. He was in The Death on the Nile.
I remember the year before Obama got elected, he hosted the MTV Video Music Awards, the last time I ever watched it ever. And he was like, some people are saying, I believe they're called racists, that America isn't ready for a black president yet. And I was like, wow, man, this guy, he's really good at kind of making relevant topics funny.
I think
I do think he's pretty funny.
I think it's very easy to write off Russell Brand as a bad faith actor because he makes statements and opinions or asks questions that don't fall in line with the mainstream narrative. Okay?
Except he's an idiot, and
he is
wrong.
not an idiot.
No, he is.
We've already submitted that we thought he was a comedic genius. We all agreed on that.
I wouldn't say genius.
No, I did not. No, nobody said he was a comedic genius.
Yeah.
No,
you said it.
Do you want? Billy,
I read your clickbait title. It said Russell Brand, comedic genius, owns conservatives with sick racist Obama quote.
No, absolutely not. Billy, do you want me to demonstrate how he's a fucking idiot?
Yes.
Okay. Can we watch him explaining about this biolab thing?
The biolab thing. Yeah, link me.
Yeah. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, please, Asterios, absolutely.
Because
Because I dug
watch
it.
him
I
Subscribe right now and come on this journey towards truth together, where we awaken
I'm gonna download
individually
that and we'll watch
and
this in the
collectively.
meantime.
The reason this channel is
You know,
growing
you
so
know who
fast is
Russell Brand is really good friends with, and they have high respect for each other.
because of you, and I
David
mean not
Lynch.
just because you're literally subscribing, but because of the information in the comments below. The situation with Maiden protests was the
You
push
guys
by
fans of
some
David
Western
Lynch? You know who
governments,
David Lynch
especially
is?
in the United
I'm a big
States,
fan.
to
Yep.
isolate Russia by supporting the integration of peripheral parts of the former Soviet Union into European and Atlantic.
Jeff, he's had it. He's leaving.
I don't think
institutions.
I think he's going
And
to look
Moscow's
up who
push
David Lynch is.
movement that was opposed to that war because of the draft and numerous other reasons. There still would have been a mainstream narrative that was like, we absolutely have to do this in Vietnam. I like even having explained to me that there was an intention between America and Europe to create institutions in former Soviet nations, because for 50 years, the Cold War had been the dominant threat to global stability. And it was a truly polarizing event. A lot of you have mentioned in the comments below about the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I just watched a public statement from Arnold Schwarzenegger about the whole thing, and he addressed it to like the people of Russia, and being like, you're being lied to. This isn't to like remove Nazis from Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's
like let's talk about this video that he's making right now for a second and what he's doing.
I'm downloading the other video. It might take.
Oh no, I know, but this video.
One. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like what we just watched. Yeah. All right, Billy. Here's what I think he's trying to do. I think he's trying to muddy the waters and ask a bunch of questions in bad faith. He opened this video with, "Hey, some people think this war's for this, and some people think this war's for this." No. Here's why this war is happening. Because Russia invaded Ukraine with tanks and soldiers. Like, talking about anything else, talking about the fact that Ukraine was maybe thinking about joining NATO, and that like, oh, maybe Russia didn't want NATO missiles on its borders like we had with the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's all spin and bullshit to distract people from the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine, and that's why there is a war. And here's why Russell Brand is talking about this. Because there are people who for years were told that Vladimir Putin wasn't a bad guy, and those people are looking for videos that confirm their bias. And he's making a video that, like, will give them just a little bit of mental, emotional cover that, like, maybe Vladimir Putin isn't a monster. Maybe there is something to this NATO joining thing. That's why I think Russell Brand is making this video, to appeal to the right wing. What do you think?
I think he's making this video. So far, what he's said is that he's bringing up points where he's bringing up the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I think this point he's about to make is that when we had the Russians trying to give Cuba missiles and they were so close to our country, we got defensive. So he's trying to humanize the Russian advances, saying that they are feeling like there is the Cold War built all these bases in the Ukraine and the surrounding area, so Russia feels like they have to defend their country from these bases. Is that where he's going to go with it? Is that my take and my opinion on things? No, but that's what he's about to say, right? He's going to compare it on a human level to how we would have seen it if it was Team America in this position, bringing us the Cuban Missile Crisis from a human level, comparing it humanly, not as a monster. Because I can guarantee you, if we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, we thought Russia was monsters, right? Because they were going to move into our territory. Is it that much different what's going on from that? Like he's trying.
The two things I would say to that are, one, you just specifically said he's trying to humanize what Russia did. When you're trying to humanize an aggressor and an invader, you are doing it. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're trying to humanize an aggressor and invader, when you're trying to humanize a country that invaded a teeny tiny country and is now killing lots of people with indiscriminate fire weapons, when you try to humanize the bad guy, you're doing a bad thing.
I will say.
The second thing I'll say is, The second thing I'll say is, with respect to the Cuban Missile Crisis, we never invaded Cuba. They invaded Ukraine. We armed some Cuban nationals. Okay, guilty. We do that sometimes in America. We find a bunch of people that don't like someone and we give them weapons. But the U.S. military never invaded Cuba. Cuban nationals did. Like,
I mean,
Russia
we don't have a base there called
Ukraine
Guantanamo.
with tanks.
I do want to say I don't like the term like humanizing. Like, oh, they're trying to humanize. Like, we're all humans, right? Even the worst of us, we're all human. So there's no like, like claiming there's this attempt to humanize someone who's already human, even though they might be bad. They're still human.
We've done some terrible things as America throughout history, and it's hard for me to look at another country and think they're a monster, even if I am Team America. If I'm Team America, I'm not going to say Putin's a monster. We have to blindly take him out. I'm going to say, look, what Putin's doing doesn't align with our values. We're going to have to do something about this. People are dying. We're going to have to do something about this. But the idea that we're just going to make Putin be this vile, evil person.
He is, though.
Yeah, of course.
He is,
but we shouldn't look at it. We shouldn't be propagandizing it as vile evil. We should look at it as what he's doing can't be tolerated. Let's stop it. Let's not use boogeyman words like monster and evil. This is where I start to get very uncomfortable. What he's doing is against what we want as a country, as a people, as a world. Let's stop it, but let's not call him a monster.
I'll let you play the video.
Let's just crush his ass out of here. Let's do what we have to do. Let's be the fucking world police if that's what we're gonna do.
Who cares if we call him a monster? He's killing kids right now. Like, no, am I worried I'm going to hurt this guy's fifis? Let's go back to the very beginning.
It's not about his feelings. It's about us as a people thinking we can just call somebody a monster and then be hands clean of whatever we do to them.
America can be shitty and Putin can be a monster. Both of these things can be true.
So let's take out the monster without having to paint him as the monster. Let's just be surgical and remove the fucking tumor.
Look, forgive the expression, but this is some pussy ass shit, dude. I'm sorry. No, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I love you, Billy. I do. But we live in a country where we demonize people for like having abortions, okay? We demonize people for like having like random ass gaffes and flashing their fucking pussies in a fucking limousine. Like we called Vladimir Putin a monster.
Yes.
Oh my God.
If we're gonna demonize women for having abortions, I'm not going to jump on the demonize my opponent train just because they do it to us. I'm going to be above and beyond that shit.
What are you talking
Putin's a problem. Let's solve the problem. Let's not make it an emotional investment in more monster hunting.
You're looking at this so fucking wrong. You look at it so fucking wrong. Okay, so what I'm saying is, like in popular culture, we can look at things that are so fucking ridiculous, TMZ style fucking things, and we're like, this the horrible piece of shit, this fucking slag, blah 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 blah, and then like things happen like, you know, a maternity ward gets fucking bombed or an apartment block gets bombed and we're like, well, let's not call him a monster. Dude,
I will say, though, you go monster hunting enough and justify everything you do, you become the monster yourself.
I certainly agree that on a very general level, we should all try to take the temperature down a little bit and not try to kill each other so much. Like, of course, yes. But again, let's get back to my original point, which was, why is he trying to humanize Putin? I don't think he's trying to humanize Putin out of some kind of kumbaya, let's all get along bullshit.
Have you watched Russell Brand?
Let me explain why I think he's doing it. I think he's trying to humanize Putin because when you make content that humanizes Putin, you appeal to the right wing and get clicks, which is what me and Jeff have been saying this whole time.
Hold on, though. Were you guys invited on Russia Today? I don't think so.
Yeah, Ben and I are Russia Today associates.
We can put that on our resume. Panelists from Russia Today, and Natalia Brovinsky. you know what? We have on good authority that woman that set us up with what?
Asterios, we have to keep in mind, like, these two above us, they have been on Russia TV.
We glow in the dark.
They have been on
you
Russian
just
TV.
you just said
on RT, and I said no because it's Russian state television.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either, dude. Fuck that.
Tara Reid was on there with us, the woman that accused Biden of assaulting her.
Yeah.
You just said I don't think Russell Brand is on this kumbaya, let's all get along shit. But literally, I've watched so many Russell Brand videos that are on this kumbaya, let's all get along shit. That's a big part of what Russell Brand actually teaches and says. He did an entire seminar with David Lynch on this kumbaya, let's all get along shit.
Transcendental meditation. Yeah.
Yes.
But you can believe in transcendental meditation and also be carrying water for Vladimir Putin.
I believe in transcendental meditation.
You can believe in transcendental meditation. And believe that Russell Brand is a piece of shit.
I'm just saying, I think we can remove the tumor. We can remove the tumor without saying it's the devil inside and having to pray it away, you know?
Transcendental meditation has proven benefits that are not religious.
So I'm not talking about transcendental here. I'm talking about we don't have to say it's the devil. It's the monster. There's obviously a fucking problem here with Putin.
Devil, Bobby Boucher.
Let's deal with the problem. Let's stop making
Did you guys see this where they closed RT
Это последний был выпуск новостей. Последний вот скажем в этом сезоне.
This is the end of RT America.
Мы очень надеемся, что мы
Which I've never heard them speak
в эфир.
Russian on RT.
Как, где, на каких
Maybe this is
платформах, мы
the
пока не знаем.
RT
И как это все
Russia
будет.
then.
Я думаю, что, друзья, мы должны на этом закончить. Конец сегодняшнего эфира и пауза небольшая, которую делает телеканал «Дождь».
Но пасаран.
Но пасаран.
И нет войне.
Точно нет войны.
That's crazy.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, and because they
That's
just
fucking
called
wild.
it a war, they can now be put in jail for 5 to 15 years.
They're crazy. But is this RT America here? Maybe
No, this is another. There were very, very few dissident media platforms in Russia, and they were always kept open because it would cause more trouble to shut them down. But now that Putin is all in, he is finally shutting down the last few independent media stations, and this is not RT.
Oh, okay. Well, I heard RT like closed down also though. Or they closed RT America or whatever.
RT America got
RT America is closed, yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
RT Russia is still
And
very
Jesse
much
Ventura
in action,
made one of the most awesome tweets the day before he got fired.
Which
Basically,
was?
What?
What was the tweet? Tell us.
It was
Yeah.
Let me pull it up really quick on Twitter. I will play. Oh God, the video you sent me is almost done. Sorry, I would download them.
That's fine. Doesn't matter. It's getting late. I have to get back to work soon.
If you have to leave, it's cool. We're just trying to like. Normally we do a post show. We're foregoing the post show tonight and grabbing some more stuff.
We have to talk about this lab leak. Oh
okay.
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch this video.
All right. It's
fine.
almost done. It's almost done.
Yeah. It's 22 minutes long. Like Billy, do you kind of get the point that I'm making? Like, even if you disagree with the idea,
I do get the point that you're making, and I do disagree. I feel like it's easy to be reductive and just claim when he says these things and clicks people in to get them in that he's trying to feed the right into his viewership. I think that he's more coming from a way where he's not playing towards the left wing talking points that are mainstream and given, and I think that's partially why we're attacking Russell Brand so often, because he's not towing the party line. He's not towing the line, and it's dangerous to give people. Is he?
Well, he's towing the Communist Party line right now for Vladimir Putin.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
he's well.
There's always a little bit of propaganda on both sides. And I feel like Russell Brand is trying to cut through it and deliver what he believes is truth. The way he does it, the way he does it, I don't see him appealing to emotion as much as he's putting things out to question. And a lot of these guys like Tim Pool, they appeal to emotion. They say it's the end of the world. We got buckets. We got all these things. And I don't feel like he's doing that.
They do the same
if
thing.
I'm wrong,
They're doing the same thing.
Did you say
Look at
that?
this.
And I asked you to tell me why. And you spend 45 minutes saying they, them, and then you say Russell Brand's a piece of shit. I just want some direct reason why it's not that way.
Jesse Ventura had a 10-year contract with MSNBC back when MSNBC had like Michael Savage and other right-wing people on it. And he was like, I'm not going to support the war. Him and Phil Donahue, who had the two most popular shows on MSNBC, got fired because they wouldn't support the war, which is what all of the major media, even now, we view MSNBC as very left-wing, but they're, like, back then, they actually had more right-wing
That's because Jesse
programming.
Ventura's a piece of shit. He's a shill. He's a fucking shill for the right wing.
What?
What?
Well, yeah. 20 years ago, MSNBC was trying to be neutral. They wanted to be CNN with computers. Yeah, you're right.
Because this was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Jesse Ventura was standing against the media. They tried to cancel him to the point where they put the fucking the 30 Dark 6 guy saying
he got paid to be quiet for a decade. His contract said you can't be on any other media, and here's your contract. And if we cancel it, you can still get paid, but there's a non-compete where you can't go anywhere.
You got paid. He got paid.
And then he
to
went
be
back
quiet.
to WWE
He got paid to be quiet. How much you think his voice was really worth? If they're going to pay him to be quiet,
unbelievable amount. He was a rogue governor, nobody, like essentially on the political scene. He was polling 5% before he was in the debate, and then he was in the debate, and then he trounced everyone because he's Jesse Ventura.
Yeah.
And then he became the governor because he was that good.
And if your voice is so strong, they'll pay you to be quiet. We have a problem. Journalism is broken.
But it was a different stance then. It was like we want the public to be behind this kind of a war.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks the media did a good job in the run-up to the Iraq War. I mean, everybody calls the New York Times super liberal. At the time, they were super pro-war. Like, yeah, the right wing, the left wing, the entire media at the time, like, made the Iraq War seem like a really good idea because they were fucked up and stupid.
Hey, I need to give a message to our audience right now. If you're still watching, if you're still with us, all right. I'm a funny guy. I don't give a fuck about politics or the world at all. If it burns, I will go out laughing in the flames. I know you do, Jeff. I know you do, and that's what scares me. That's what scares me because I asked you to give me a couple of points, and you just threw out all these. You threw out all these.
I have
like
the video, by the way.
You threw out all these things that just shame people, and you're like, no, he's a piece of shit. They are bad faith.
I'm about to show you.
That's what we're because you are that guy. And I'm not. But I need to finish. I need to finish talking to the audience, okay? You guys
He
watching,
sees that he's losing in the poll, and that's why he's doing
No,
this.
literally didn't look at
There's
the poll.
a poll?
When I looked at the poll,
What
I was
does the
ahead.
poll say?
But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Everybody watching at home, go into our comments and write out big things telling me how wrong I am. I will read them. I will read them all. I will read them all because I want to learn. I want to learn from you, the people at home, who can't just chime in and say these things live with us. You could if you did a dono for $20, you could. But those that can't afford it, write it in the comments, and I will read every single one of them. And I'll do my homework, guys.
Wait, why the hell aren't I in this poll? I did the best job. Jeff Holiday is drunk as fuck. All Jeff Holiday's done this entire call is be drunk and insult
He's
Billy.
winning. He's winning. Do you want me to put you against him after he wins?
I would beat you both.
I'll tell you.
This is
my God! I
bullshit.
just heard, dude. There was a 0.2 on the Richter scale.
Nice big fart.
He's not here. Oh well. Oh, he's back.
But yeah, I don't care about the poll. I want to have this conversation. I'm glad that Jeff is even here to talk about it.
That's good.
Because I want to know why Russell Brand is so bad. Asterios, your point you painted out,
Sure.
I understand it. I don't know if I agree with it. but I understand it. I think Russell Brand is a valuable voice.
I will show you
Even
why.
when
I'm
Russell
gonna play the
Brand is
video.
a
I'm
piece
gonna
of
play
shit.
it now. I'm gonna play it now. Everyone, let it play for a couple minutes.
Oi! There are no biolabs in Ukraine. That's a conspiracy theory. There's biological research facilities, but that's completely different. Hello there.
Farting Bird, 10 out of 10. Farting Bird.
5.2 million awakening wonders. Thank you for joining us on this glorious caravan to truth. Yes, there's complication on the way. Yes, there's personal and collective pain. But awakening ain't easy, not individually and certainly not as a society. Today we're talking about Ukraine and the ongoing conjecture that there are bio-research facilities there. We read your comments, as you know. Many of you are like, talk about the biolabs, Russ, talk about the biolabs. Well, there's no confirmation that there are biolabs, but there are biological research facilities, which is entirely different and probably just a place where they like work on toothpaste and shampoo and other stuff that's vital that the Russians...
Okay.
Great pause game.
Yeah, no, that is a good pause game. Already this is horrible. I had no idea Russell Brand was this fucked up. Like, no one is worried that the biolab conspiracy that Russians are pushing, and I'll send you a video to Lieutenant General Igor Krylov presenting this at the UN. The Russians are saying that America and Ukraine have created a virus that targets ethnic Russians and kills them and will spread it through birds.
China said the same thing about SARS. I know a bunch of people that live in China that have the belief that the United States created SARS to kill Chinese people.
There has never been a pathogen that has been bioengineered to target a specific fucking phenotype. It has never happened. Never.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never.
Like, God willing, one day it will. But so far it hasn't. Like, so what Russell Brand is doing here, again, is carrying water for the right wing, and it's horrible. Like, okay, he's just asking questions. Why the fuck are you asking this question?
We're not even in.
Yeah, let's keep watching.
We're not even like knee deep in how dumb this shit goes.
Let's keep watching. Sorry.
Don't get their hands on. Before we get into the video, I want to tell you, you can see me.
I'm gonna skip ahead of his little shill here.
Okay.
Information and a false conspiracy theory. The claim that Ukraine has biological weapons labs either alone or with US support.
Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald.
They never presented any
real
evidence
trusted.
for their ruling. Me, I've seen those stories and I've seen your comments below. Russell, talk about the biolabs. And I'm like, steady, you lot. Steady. You'll get us into trouble, biolabs. That's the last thing we need. We're just getting over the last wave of censorship. Now we're moving into a new wave. Well, now there is some evidence from high-ranking officials. A senior diplomat has said there are research facilities that are biological. Once again, we're into that land of semantics we find ourselves in. Gain of function? What do you mean gain of function? Oh yeah, no, they gain some functions. Now we're into this again with this stuff. Let's get into it. Unfortunately for this propaganda racket masquerading as neutral and high-minded fact-checking, the neocon official long in charge of US policy in Ukraine testified on Monday before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and strongly suggested that such claims are at least in part true. This complex situation in Ukraine. Here's what's not complex. Putin's illegal invasion is horrific. Ukrainian people are worthy of support.
Pause it?
Any support that could be offered.
You pause it just right here. And this is what a good right-wing hack does. Now he's putting in some wiggle language. He's going, now, of course this war is bad, and of course no one should be having a war. Now let me spend another 18 minutes talking about biolabs that don't exist, that spread a pathogen through birds. By the way, there are no birds that migrate from the Ukraine to Russia. That's not the way the birds fly.
He's not going to talk about that, right? Like, obviously, that's the most insane talking point, and that might be part of the propaganda on the other side. Why are we focusing on that insane talking point that nobody should really fucking believe in? Like, are we really believing that the birds are out here targeting minorities with their cough, their migration cough? Is that
That's
really
what the Russians are saying on the floor of the UN? I just sent the link to it. Maybe we can watch
Well, yeah,
that video
we
a little bit later.
We should watch that. Yeah, that sounds
is-
fucking
that is-
psycho.
That is exactly what they're
That
saying.
is literally exactly what the Russians are saying. They're saying
But
that's why
not,
we invaded
like,
the Ukraine.
That's not what Russell
And
Brand's talking
what
about here, right?
Yes,
What-
it is. He's
Yes,
talking-
it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Has he brought it up?
Yes,
Is that
it
what he's saying? Is that literally
That's
where
what
he's
the
coming from?
biolab
That
theory
is
is.
exactly what he's saying.
That's what the biolab theory is. Yes.
100%.
Let's see.
Let's keep watching, Russell. This is awful.
Doesn't escalate
Let's
the
keep watching
situation and
it.
make it worse, I suppose. Would you agree with that? Comments below. But this is merely an acknowledgement that something with this amount of historical depth, with this number of interests at play, has layers of complexity that are worthy of unpacking. And remember, explaining
is the clip you wanted the Russian military guy? Is that what you?
Yeah, the
wanted?
one you got to scroll down.
He's
for, 'cause
saying
that-
here,
Okay.
he's saying there's layers of complexity that we can unpack here. Okay? And we're saying, no, fuck the layers of complexity. These birds, these racist birds, are migrating backwards to kill minorities.
Yes, the reason you make a situation more complex is to muddy the waters and create doubt. We should be making this simple. Right now, a guy with a bunch of military medals is on the floor of the United Nations, an institution established after World War II to try to create peace and order. And he is lying, and the Chinese are amplifying that lie, and the right wing is amplifying that lie. And Russell Brand is appealing to people on the right wing by amplifying
Our government
that lie.
said Saddam had biological weapons.
Yes, of course. America sucks.
Yeah.
America's
Oh, yeah,
got a lot
dude.
of problems. I agree with that.
Territory of Ukraine has a united chain of 30 laboratories divided into those for scientific research and for sanitary epidemiological investigations. Those works have been ordered by the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. A firm affiliated to the Defense Department, Black and Veatch, above all others, are involved in the implementation of the projects. The works refer to three main branches. In the first place, it refers to the biological situation observation in the areas of possible deployment of the NATO military contingents according to the Pentagon. In the second place, is dedicated to collecting and transporting the strains of dangerous
viruses, is it?
Microorganisms.
Yeah.
The third branch of activity refers to scientific investigations on potential biological weapons, agents that are specific for that region, possessing natural focuses and able to be transmitted to humans. For example, since 2021, the Pentagon has been carrying out the project called Diagnosis, Observation and Prevention of Zoonotic Diseases in the Armed Forces of Ukraine, funded with $11.8 million in 2021. The German Ministry of Defense examined the Crimean Congo, hemorrhagic fever, leptospirosis, meningitis, antivirus causative for the biological security on external borders of the European
is there
Union.
like a big shoe drop moment in this?
Yeah, just keep scrolling ahead till you see the word birds.
The biological laboratories, 2014, United States of economic importance. Rubella, the incidence of measles increased more than 100 times, probably from all
So
the
he's
anti-vax.
showing all this data, like, look at all this
strain
disease.
of African swine fever.
He's like, look at all this disease that's coming into Russia.
Contagious Department of Chief of Russia biological situation on the territory of Ukraine. According to our data, an emergency phasing of the biological programs takes place. The analyzed documents confirm the Ukraine Health Ministry has set a task to completely destroy the bioagents in the laboratory since 24th of February. At the same time, the analysis of the instructions given to the laboratory officials indicates that liquidation procedure is aimed at the irrevocable destruction of the collections. Apparently, everything necessary for a continuation of the impeachment program has already been taken out of the Ukraine. The analysis acts of destruction shows that work was carried out with the pathogens, a plague, anthrax, live pathogens, diphtheria, salmonella, dysentery in laboratories in Kharkov and Poltavia.
Where's the bird part?
Let me find it.
It's almost over.
Give me 1 second.
30 containers.
I'm gonna find the exact thing. Here we go. Give me just 1 second. Why is there a Russian general talking about Ukraine's biolabs on the floor of the United Nations?
Why?
Billy, why do you think he's talking about this?
Because this is their defense point of why they're invading Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
same
right.
way
He's
we
right.
said we thought they had bioweapons in Iraq. If they're lying, they're lying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But why did you hinge this on racist birds? And we're watching a 4-minute video and we haven't found the racist birds yet.
Because I sent the wrong video. I'm sorry. I'll find the right one.
Well, fuck me.
No. Wait.
Don't say no. Just say words, and we'll formulate on the words, not on the negative eruptions of said words.
Condoning.
By
explaining something.
I'll say words.
Please do. I want to hear them.
Okay.
I just don't want to hear no over again like I'm a fucking child.
No, of course not. No, dude,
that's the one I didn't want to hear, Jeff.
Wait, hang on. I respect you, and
I love you. I love you.
I love you.
Yes.
I absolutely love you.
I would only talk to you like this because of how much I love you, and I want to learn from you.
Of course. No. I dug into this. Like a fucking ton. So when I was looking into like this whole idea of lab leaks, so this idea that is being promoted by the right wing, they have this idea, this smoking gun, this document. This document that got put out there that of like how they were trying to destroy these pathogens that were very, very disastrous. They were scary. And so they had to destroy these very quickly.
Boys, and glad to see Asterios Coquinos and Jeff McCall.
Hey. All we need
this is like the 10th story Russia has come up with to justify their war, and when this doesn't stick, it will be something else.
True.
12% more, and we get a return of JF.
True.
You guys want to see JF? Let's get it up to 40%.
Let's fucking go.
Let's
fucking
go.
So okay. So what happened was they got this idea. They had to push forward this idea of biological weapons, right? And so they found this smoking gun, and all of what I'm about to say, anybody out there that's watching right now can look this up. It's not hard to look this up. It is just a Google search away. So this idea that there was a weapons lab in Ukraine that was like U.S. supported, right? And so this document is a document of destruction. It is a piece of red tape. It is a piece of bureaucracy that any lab that deals with pathogens has to do to destroy pathogens. Now, to just address the idea that this is like a weapon, they were destroying like test tubes worth. We're not talking canisters. We're not talking barrels. We're not talking like huge amounts. It was just like test tubes worth of it. But also, when you're dealing with pathogens, there is a rating system called a BSL, biosafety limit, or biosafety level. And it's from 1 to 4. 1 is nothing. 2 is mildly inconvenient. 3 is it might be bad. And 4 is like Ebola. This lab in Ukraine was dealing with BSL levels 1 to 2. That's it.
Ebola is like,
it.
if you
Ebola
get it, you have like
4.
a 90% chance of dying.
Right. Even level 3. Level 3 is bad. Level 3 is bad. You don't want to get a level 3 fucking infection from a pathogen. But this lab only had 1 and 2. That's it. This is public fucking knowledge. You can look this up yourself.
Okay.
You can look it up right fucking now.
And I
none
found
of it was a big fucking thing. So they destroyed these things, and they were done with like the basic bureaucratic red tape. Now, this is what's fucking crazy. If you really want to understand how crazy, like, pathogens and like infectious diseases can actually be, you got to look at what labs are actually rated at BSL 3 or 4. There are no BSL 3 labs in Ukraine. There are no BSL 4 labs in Ukraine. There are 3 BSL
I had
labs.
no idea there might
One,
be racist birds.
I want to know more about these birds.
Nasty birds.
If I hear
31%, let's do it.
If I heard
9%,
Big Bird was
let's
talking
go.
down on Snuffleupagus because of his trunk, we got a problem.
There's a there's a BSL-4 lab in Belarus, and there are 2 BSL-4 labs in Russia. And so this lab that they had this like smoking gun fucking document, the reason why they think it has anything to do with the United States is that they bought certain pathogens from the United States, from certain United States labs, but they also bought certain BSL-2 specimens from Russia. They bought them from Russia. So there's nothing in this. There's no smoking fucking gun. There's no reason.
Well, we wouldn't know anyways because we didn't even watch what Russell Brand said. It was made early on by both of you that Russell Brand was a bad faith actor. Was a bad faith actor, and he's only saying this to spread the Russia's talking point, right?
Any fucking sane human being can watch Russell Brand's video and understand what I'm fucking talking about and realize what he just said means nothing. It means
then
nothing.
Why do we care about it if it means nothing? Why do we even care about it?
Why do we care? Because he's saying it for the fucking right wing.
Then let him. Then let him.
The reason I care about it is because
let him.
I mean,
obviously, you were just saying how he's not a fucking shill for the right wing.
Because I don't think he is. But what I did say earlier is, if he was a shill for the right wing, I'd rather have him be the right wing shill than Tucker Carlson. Or all these other right-wing shills. I'd rather have Russell Brand be the right-wing's source of information than Alex Jones.
But
I
you
said
don't
that from
think
the
he's
jump.
a shill for the right. But you don't think he's
I don't
a shill
think he
for the
is.
right wing.
I don't think he is.
But if he was, it would be better that.
What if it was? What if it was?
Billy's gonna
Logan
make
Paul?
me an hero myself. I swear to God.
Please don't do that.
I found Russian State News's publication of the bird story. I sent it to you, TASS.com, in the chat here. Yeah, I think it's kind of despicable to be.
Not all birds are racist, but everyone knows that woodpeckers are Nazis.
33.8%.
Those woodpeckers need to be stopped.
Yeah.
Those woodpeckers are running around. They're almost as bad as those ducks and those hens.
I think it's despicable to be to try to justify Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine that has killed a lot of innocent people and will kill a lot more. And I think what Russell Brand is doing is that, and I think that is despicable.
Okay.
I think if you don't believe that Russell Brand is pushing these right-wing talking points, I don't know what I could say to convince you.
Well, this is the thing. Maybe he is pushing these right-wing talking points, but what I think is that Russell Brand is looking at things and questioning the left-wing talking points and saying, it doesn't add up here either. And if you're on the right wing and you think the left wing doesn't add up, then come watch this. And if you're on the left wing and you think you do add up, come watch this and see the facts here. And that's what I see when I see Russell Brand. I see him independently of either side trying to present facts based on the claims being made by either side. He's not out here shilling for the right every damn time, although it does seem to be leaning that way because he is going against the big mainstream media. He is tackling that, and that is left driven for the most part.
Well,
but in this case,
I just want to say, like, the whole right wing left wing dichotomy doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, if you want to say Russell Brand is like shilling for the, I guess you could say, like, the freedom movement, maybe.
It's not a movement. He's shilling for what he believes is the truth. Whether he's wrong or right, I don't know. But when I watch him,
oh come on, you've known so many fucking people. You have known so many fucking people in this space who are doing only things along the lines of making fucking money.
Because they have to. He's already a millionaire. I think he believes that he's offering truth to people. And I don't even watch him for that shit. I watch Russell Brand because of his fucking transcendental meditation shit with David Lynch and everybody.
Billy,
that's why I was even watching this.
Do you do TM?
Have
you ever tried it?
I mean, in ways,
it's expensive.
If you
can,
gone to the real place. You know what though? You can learn the techniques without having to pay.
Yeah, I use some of the techniques, but
I have to say this. I love you, Billy. I love you. I do. I love you with all of my heart. I love you so much.
Yeah.
But I've never met somebody who can fit more rich dick in their mouth than you can.
Interesting.
I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
How many people do you know that have been on the Dave Rubin show?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot
Most of them.
people.
He's known them all.
I've known them all, dude. I've known them all. Dude, I know exactly how to measure how much dick fits in a right-wing
It's funny because like 3 years ago you asked Jeff, like, hey, Jeff, what you think of Blair White? Hey, Jeff, what you think of, let me give you someone else. Oh, my God, there's so many of them.
There's so many, dude. There's so many.
The roaming millennial. What's her name? Lauren Chen.
I just know
you were her buddy too, right?
I'm a comedy guy. I'm coming from a place of comedy. And if you're coming from a place of science and politics and you're hitting me with that, I've never met somebody with more rich dick in their mouth than I'm wondering your credentials on this.
I know what rich dick tastes like, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody fit as much caviar inside their mouth as you.
Damn. I thought I was the bougie one.
That's if that's your opinion on this, I'm okay with that. My thoughts on all this is if we want to call Russell Brand a piece of shit,
he is a piece of shit.
Then let's show everybody why. And then when we go to show them why, we don't just say they do this, thems do this, they do this.
I did show why.
Asterios did a pretty good job of painting his vision.
Job.
Yeah,
because I'm not drunk. Like Jeff Holiday is really fucking drunk. Like
yeah, I'm fucking wasted.
I mean, that's the thing. He's real fucked up. Like I think that like at this point, I feel comfortable. Yeah, it's kind of moving on because the thing is like Billy, I think that you like Russell Brand, and I think that you are willing to kind of ignore some of his targeting.
Billy loves people who get a lot of attention, whether they're loved or hated.
So, see,
everybody does.
Happy birthday, like Martin Shkreli, by the way.
Yeah,
today is Martin Shkreli's birthday. Happy birthday, Martin Shkreli. Happy birthday.
That is why I'm saying
Happy birthday,
this.
Shkreli.
But one of the reasons.
But my thing is, I see Russell Brand. He's delivering these facts. And he's not telling you what to think. And whether he's wrong, well, I mean, you told me you had some guy on the UN talking about racist birds, and we haven't found that yet. You gave us an article.
The article was just up.
Does the article have the video of him talking about the racist birds on the UN floor? Or is the article skewed?
Billy, if you're going to use the fact that I was wrong, that he didn't say it into a camera, that instead he said it to a reporter. Yes, I was wrong.
Because at one point you said he said it on the floor of the UN, right?
Let me finish.
You did claim he said it on the floor of the UN, right?
Let him finish.
Billy, I'm agreeing that, Billy, you're taking all of this so personally. Like you at some point you just decided to dig in and cover your eyes and stick your head in the sand and ignore the fact that this guy that you like, this Russell Brand guy, might be trying to cozy up to the right wing. I've proven it with facts. If you don't want to believe it because you want to keep liking Russell Brand, go ahead and not believe it. But it's true. I've laid out these facts for you.
You've painted a picture from your perspective, and I can see how you got there. The facts, though, you said a guy said it on the UN floor, and you said everything he said is.
Yes, I was wrong about that one
and you were
thing.
wrong about
You've been wrong about everything.
Is that
this
fair?
Entire conversation. You've been wrong about so much.
If I've been wrong about everything,
I'm so glad other people are getting it right now and not me. That's all I'm going to say.
If I've been wrong about everything. If I've been wrong about everything, and you've only been wrong about the one thing that you said Russell Brand was a bad faith actor about, then I guess that's okay. Because you said, no, what Russell Brand's saying right now spits in the face of the UN when the man went to the UN floor and said there were racist birds flying backwards on the UN floor.
Keep ringing this one bell. I've already retracted that statement.
Yeah, you've retracted
What
it.
is happening here?
But the entire basis of you saying Russell Brand was a piece of shit was shut down.
That's the entire basis of what I'm saying. Here's the basis of what I'm saying. The Russians have created a false pretense to invade a democratic country and kill people. And Russell Brand is for 22 minutes on YouTube backing up and carrying water for the Russians.
No,
and I
he
think
said
that's
he literally
if you
said
think that's totally awesome and
he-
cool
no.
that he's just asking questions that honestly don't exist. You know, you could ask a question about a lie. Hey, why is 2 + 2 5? I'm just asking questions. Yeah, he's just asking questions, but when you ask why is 2 + 2 5, you're asking that question in bad faith.
But
and
now
you're
this-
asking a narrative.
And it's serious. This isn't fair because Russell Brand literally said Putin was bad and needed to be stopped.
Yes,
he literally
put in some
said that.
hand-wave.
He
That's
literally
what the
said
right
that.
wing does.
And then
They put in a
he went on
hand-wave
to
or
talk
two.
about these biolabs, and you went on to say that the biolab conversation is him. It's
By the way-
horrible because he's spitting in the face of a guy who went on the United
Pull up the
Nations
article.
floor.
Pull up the article.
Yeah, but
By the way, I want to mention, I'm a little embarrassed by this, but Stephanie McMahon, who I dated after she dated Macho Man, is asking me to move on. Stephanie, I love you, baby, but no, we're gonna keep this going all night.
But
thank you.
Pull up the article.
We could pull up the article.
I
We
got
could
her
pull
up
up the
there.
article.
She was a
because-
rebound from
We could.
Macho Man. You know,
It's just Russell Brand is
Fair,
saying certain things, and you're saying he's not
Russell
saying
Brand
these
is
things.
a shill for the right wing. He's
Okay, you know what? If that's the case,
Hold on. What am I pulling up?
if that's the
Russell
case,
Brand is pushing a conspiracy theory that
Brand
Russia
is a
invaded
piece of
Ukraine
shit,
because
dude.
of
you've all
because of
Okay.
like,
biomass.
Asterios, I'm
Right here?
I'm more
Or hold
likely
on.
to agree with what you're saying than anybody else.
You're
does.
not likely
right?
to agree
Right?
with what I'm
Is
saying.
this it?
At some point, you decided to just cover your eyes because you feel like you're backed into a corner and you feel like you're being attacked by
I don't
everybody.
feel that
so
way.
you're
Billy,
simply
hold on,
not
though.
going to move
Billy
from your
will
position.
never
let's
admit.
read the
Of course
part
he
here.
won't. I've been doing this show with him for like 6 years. At some point, Billy just decides that no matter what, he's going to hold to his opinion. Maybe he thinks it's like some kind of game, like an improv game, you know, where like you keep saying that the sky is red even though it's blue. Like maybe he's saying it because he thinks he's being bullied by all of us. But like at some point, Billy stopped. Billy's opinion was unmovable.
I don't think that's true at all.
Of course it's true.
I don't think that's true at all. I've been asking you guys to teach me all night long. And I've gotten that I suck the most rich dick. Russell Brand's a piece of shit. And then you said what Russell Brand was doing directly spit in the face of what this guy said on the UN.
Keep ringing
and
that
when we
bell.
watched,
Read the article.
It's the
You love
only
reading
fucking
articles, Billy.
thing
Read
that
it
you
right
had brought
now.
up. And
Read
I
the
would like to
article.
read
You
the
love
article
reading
now.
articles.
Let's
Use
go.
your
Here we go.
newscaster
Here we
voice
go.
and read the
You
article.
scroll.
Let's do it.
Billy gets to scroll through it. Like he will read when you want to make a point, interrupt him.
U.S. seeking to develop bioagents targeting certain ethnic groups. Defense Ministry. Russian Defense Ministry spokesman Igor Konashkov said
Who we
earlier
just heard from on the floor of the UN.
evidence of a U.S.-financed military biological program developed in Ukraine has been revealed during Russia's special operation in that country. Moscow, March 10. The United States and its allies want to develop bioagents targeting various ethnogroups, Slavs in particular. Chief of Russia's Radiation, Chemical, and Biological Protection Force, Igor Kirilov, said on Thursday at a briefing on the results of the analysis of documents on the United States military biological research in Ukraine. He noted that the representatives of Western nations are very cautious about their biomaterials. However, they brought abroad a lot of odd blood serum samples taken from people, solely ethnic Slavs, in various parts of Ukraine. We can say with a high degree of probability that one of the United States and its allies' task is to develop bioagents capable of targeting various ethnic groups, Kirilov said. Russian Defense Ministry spokesman Igor Konashkov said earlier the evidence of a U.S.-financed military biological program developed in Ukraine has been revealed during Russia's special operation in that country. According to the spokesman, information was received from the employees of the Ukrainian biolaboratories that especially hazardous pathogens, plague, anthrax, cholera, tularemia, and other lethal diseases infecting agents had been urgently destroyed on February 24th. Russian President Vladimir Putin said in a televised address on February 24th that in response to requests by the heads of the Donbass republics, he had made a decision to carry out a special military operation in order to protect people who have been suffering from abuse and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years. The Russian leader stressed that Moscow had no plans of occupying Ukrainian territories. Its goals were denazification and demilitarization of that country. When clarifying the unfolding developments, the Russian Defense Ministry reassured that Russian troops are not targeting Ukrainian cities, but are limited to surgically striking and incapacitating Ukrainian military infrastructure. There are no threats whatsoever to civilian population. Okay, where in the story did we get the meat
blah,
of this?
blah, blah. Scroll up a couple of paragraphs. We could say with a high degree of probability that one of the United States and its allies' task is to develop bioagents capable of targeting various ethnic groups.
Okay.
That's exactly what I said.
Krylov said,
I'm sorry that I'm sorry. Now let me finish. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I said that the bioagent that is capable of killing Russians was spread by birds. I guess maybe they were going to spread it by a canister instead. So I'll eat that shit. I'm sorry I brought up birds.
Yeah.
I love birds. But do you agree with me that the Russian military, including the guy who you just saw on the floor of the UN, is putting the lie out there that America and the Ukraine were developing a bioagent that could kill Russians? Do you agree that that's what he's saying? Yes or no?
That's what this Russian news agency, TASS.com, is saying. And they didn't have an editor to spell the word "of" correctly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's weird. Propaganda usually isn't spelled super correctly.
Yes.
It's almost like propagandists are shitheads. So yes,
Asterios,
you agree that
Asterios.
the Russian news and that this general are putting this idea out there. Yes or no?
Then will you agree that this leap of faith we had to take to go from racist birds flying backwards to this, in this amount of from the UN floor to a back news TASS.com article, is not enough to say Russell Brand is a fucking right-wing piece of shit because he didn't read into this as deeply as we did, right? Like, am I wrong for that?
Yes, you are.
Well, then fuck me.
Well, yes, then fuck you. Because here is what's happening.
Can we get this on film? Anyway.
Here's what's happening. Again, and I don't know why you can't simply just agree with me on this.
He'll never do it.
Of course he won't. I've already said that.
I've known him for quite a while now. He'll never do it.
The Russians are putting the idea out there that they invaded Ukraine because America and Ukraine were building a virus to kill ethnic Russians. Billy, do you agree that that is what is happening?
No. I don't think Russell Brand agrees either.
Oh, sure. Okay, so Billy.
Yeah.
You don't think, let's just get this on the record. Billy, do you think that Russia is putting the idea out there that they invaded the Ukraine because the Ukraine had biolabs that America and Ukrainians were using to develop a chemical weapon to kill Russians?
It's from this article that we've gone to, and from what the general said on the UN, from what the Russians said on the UN, it does seem like they're going with that narrative. But
it does seem like it. Why even create that wiggle word? Why can't you just agree with me?
Because I didn't know that's what we were arguing here. I thought we were arguing whether.
By the way, the other
what we've been talking about was whether or not Russell Brand was a duplicitous piece of shit.
By the way,
chilling for the right.
And Billy, this is why I'm saying that at some point you became unconvincible. I showed you a clip of this guy on the floor of the UN talking about Ukraine's biological research. I'm showing you this article from the Russian news agency. I'll find a third source. Why can't you just say yes?
Yes,
Russia is putting.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
Billy,
but I'm talking about Russell Brand being a right-wing shill. That's like,
Billy,
why are we here right now asking me why I'm fucking defending Russia?
Why can't you just say
this
that,
is part of the problem.
The Russians are putting the idea out there.
Because this was never the question.
I've been talking about this for an hour. You can keep saying that that's not the question, but I've been talking about this for an hour. Billy, I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
Billy, do you think that the Russians are putting misinformation out there? That America and the Ukraine is using secret biolabs to create a virus to kill Russians? Do you think that's happening?
It seems to be the case, yes.
No, it seems to be the case. Why can't you just say you think that's happening?
Is it? Here's another reason why I can't just say that's happening. Because I don't.
And you'd rather say, "Oh, it seems."
Yes.
You can't just.
It seems is yes. That's a yes.
No, say it, Billy. Say yes.
Because I don't know definitively anything. I don't know anything definitively. I'm trying to get you to. I'm trying to. I
So-
said yes.
so
Why
you're
are we
not-
harping on my yes not being yes
Billy,
enough?
Billy, you
yeah,
you're definitely not a god.
No, of course I am.
You know that definitively?
Definitively, I'm a god. But this is the thing. I'm over here saying I don't think Russell Brand is playing the fucking right wing fiddle, and now we're over here judging me because I'm not saying yes the correct way to your question. This
You're
is
not
my
saying
problem.
yes at all because at
I
some
literally
point,
said
and
yes.
this is backing up. Oh, okay. So Billy, I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
Billy, I'm going to ask you again. Do you think that Russia is spinning up a crazy biolab theory to justify their invasion of Ukraine?
Yes, it seems that's the case, correct? Asterios, would you not agree as well?
Of course I agree.
Of course.
You didn't know this idea existed before this conversation.
No,
so yes. I'm glad we both agree.
And would you agree?
I'm glad
would
we
you
both
agree if we
that
went
Russia,
back?
I'm
Would
glad
you
we
agree?
both agree that Russia is creating a pretext to invade a democratic nation through an insane conspiracy theory that the Ukrainians and Americans are developing a bioweapon to kill ethnic Russians. I'm glad we both agree on that.
And would we?
Now let me bring us to part two.
Okay, let's go.
So, and here's how I'm going to tie it to Russell Greer, which is something I've done 20 times at this point. You just don't want to agree with me because you feel like you're being bullied. Like,
it's not true. Don't tell me what I'm
He's
feeling.
also a bad driver.
I can
Asterios.
absolutely tell you what you're feeling.
Okay,
I'm telling you
sure,
that's what you're
sure.
feeling.
Keep gaslighting me. That's all this night's
How
been
is
just
that
gaslighting little Billy.
gaslighting?
Little
How is-
Billy.
Okay, you've been gaslighting us before. You want me to just throw the word gaslight on? You've been gaslighting us the whole time. Let's see who can claim the other person is gaslighting the hardest.
Let's see whose statements have moved since the beginning of this conversation.
Yours have not.
Exactly. You know why?
Exactly.
Because I
Because
thought
you feel
Russell
like you're
Brand
being
was bringing
bullied, and
information
because at some point, I'm sorry.
I thought Russell Brand was bringing forth information that was pertinent to his truth, and you're saying it was right-wing shill, and you said it was right-wing shill because it was perpetuating a pro-Russia right-wing agenda. And we've gone so far from that to get to a point right now where I'm on the fucking table for not saying yes to your suggestion the right way.
Yeah,
by the
accuse
way,
me of gaslighting
hold on.
again. We've got another 20 minutes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Why
I
don't
think
you
Jeff
give me
is
some
gone.
other
I think
horrible
Jeff
shit?
just
Jeff's
left.
gone.
All right.
Jeff's gone.
Good. Now, again, we have 20 minutes until 1 a.m. Anything else you want to accuse me of past gaslighting?
By the way, I want to thank Asterios for being sober and dealing with our drunk. Billy's not drunk, by the way.
I know.
Yeah,
Jeff is.
And me. Well, not as much as Jeff was, though.
You're not as drunk as Jeff.
No. You've seen me pretty drunk, though.
Yeah, I have. You're cool. Drinking's awesome. I wish I could do it. Okay, so we agree that Russia is putting out this narrative. Now, when you repeat this narrative, you are doing it, A, to appeal to a right-wing audience, and B, to give a monster who's killing women and children right now cover for a war of choice. I think Russell Brand has done both things, and I think both things are horrible. Why spend 22 minutes talking about, oh, maybe it's wrong, but maybe it's right? It's definitely wrong. There is no such thing as a weapon that could target someone's DNA. But when you say you're just asking questions, no, you're not. What you're doing is you're appealing to the right wing. What do you think?
I think that we didn't even listen to all his stuff. The second that we started listening to him, you immediately shut it down and said it was shut down for reasons that he was corroborating this man's report that there were racist birds flying ethnic. Everything you claimed here, you're saying he was corroborating.
Glenn Greenwald?
Well, I don't know. Whatever you said,
I do know. I know. Glenn Greenwald, a pro-Russian reporter. Yes, he is repeating the words of Glenn Greenwald.
Okay. Well then.
Now again,
fuck him.
Why don't we? Yes, of course, fuck him. Yes, when you repeat the words of propagandists, fuck you. I'm glad we agree on that. Now, Billy.
Yeah.
Again, if putting disinformation out there, muddying the waters, putting the idea out there that maybe there is something to this biolab theory, that's carrying water for the right wing, for a murderous dictator, and it's appealing to a right-wing audience. Do you disagree?
I disagree. I didn't watch
Why?
the entire fucking video.
Well, the 1 minute clip I saw had him doing those things I'm saying. Why don't we watch the clip again?
I'm okay with that. Like you said, I'm not going to budge. There's nothing I can say to you to change this. We're going back and forth. I'm not that invested in this in the first place to be talking about this for a fucking
course
hour.
You're not. Oh, yes, we've only been talking about it for 3 hours, and now that I'm trying to show you direct proof that you're wrong, now you don't care, and now you don't want to talk.
No, because I'll be wrong. I don't need direct proof. Like I'm sitting here and I asked for certain things.
You don't need proof. I've given you so much proof.
I know.
Before you were on Jeff Holiday for not having proof and just ad hominem calling this guy an asshole. And now that I want to show you proof, you don't want to see the proof.
I've been agreeing with you for a while now. My only disagreement is that I didn't think Russell Brand was a right-wing shill. But I would like to learn more about Russell Brand being a right-wing shill rather than just having a Glenn Greenwald opinion. And
Sure,
I don't know.
Let's watch another minute of him.
Let's watch another minute of him.
What?
Yeah, let's
Russell
pull that
Brand
minute
was
back
going
up.
further with this video.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to find that again.
Oi!
This one, right?
Yeah, let's watch it.
This is the so this is what they've been hiding. Is that the right video?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
watching the right video.
All right.
Biolabs in Ukraine. That's a conspiracy theory. There's biological research facilities, but that's completely... Awakening ain't easy, not individually, and certainly not as a society. Today we're talking about Ukraine.
Yeah, I skipped ahead a little bit because we already watched.
And the ongoing...
Can you take it back to the top? Because the very first thing he says is horrible. So let's watch it from the
I'm
beginning.
sorry. I'll
Oi,
start it.
there are no biolabs in Ukraine. That's a conspiracy theory. There's biological research facilities, but that's completely different. Hello there, you 5.2 million awakening wonders. Thank you for joining us on this glorious caravan to truth. Yes, there's complication on the way. Yes, there's personal and collective pain. But awakening ain't easy, not individually, and certainly not as a society. Today we're talking about Ukraine and the
He has perfectly laser white, straight teeth.
ongoing conjecture.
Handsome man. Very handsome man.
Of course.
That there are bio-research facilities there. We read your comments, as you know. Many of you are like, talk about the biolabs, Russ, talk about the biolabs. Well, there's no confirmation that there are biolabs, but there are biological research facilities, which is entirely different and probably just a place where they like work
They're
on
not dentures,
toothpaste
they're
and
probably
shampoo and other
implants,
stuff that's
Chad.
vital that the
Or
Russians don't
veneers.
get their hands on. Before we get into the video, I want to tell
He
you
was a
you can see
crackhead.
me live in the UK in places like Carlisle, Plymouth, Glasgow, Bristol, Blackpool. This is all in the next few weeks. There's a link in the description if you want to come and see me live, be part of this. But without further ado, let's get into some news. This is from Glenn Greenwald, who you may remember broke the Edward Snowden story and therefore should be condemned to some kind of gulag as a right-wing.
So he's claiming that Glenn Greenwald should not be or is not trusted by the media because he broke the Edward Snowden story, and the media is controlled by the government, and that people are going to discredit Glenn Greenwald because of his Snowden break, right? That's what he's saying here. So anything Glenn Greenwald said should be taken seriously, according to Russell Brand, because everything he said is only discredited because he broke Edward Snowden. That's what he's saying from this point of view, right? That's him stretching his opinion onto the delivery of this message.
That's what he's saying, but he's wrong. At the time, Glenn Greenwald used to be a really good reporter, and he did break the Edward Snowden story. But at some point, Glenn Greenwald, like a lot of older people, got co-opted by Russian propaganda, and now Glenn Greenwald is, in my opinion, a shill for Putin.
Okay.
Well, they got paid, right?
Of course he got paid.
Yeah, that's what I'm... Yeah, they... like... Vladimir Putin, potentially the richest individual on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fascist. Self-anointed fact-checkers in the US corporate press have spent 2 weeks mocking as disinformation and a false conspiracy theory the claim that Ukraine has biological weapons labs either alone or with US support. They never presented any evidence for their ruling. Me, I've seen those stories and I've seen your comments below. Russell, talk about the biolabs. And I'm like, steady, you lot. Steady. You'll get us into trouble, biolabs. That's the last thing we need. We're just getting over the last wave of censorship. Now we're moving into a new wave. Well, now there is some evidence from high-ranking officials. A senior diplomat has said there are research facilities that are biological. Once again, we're into that land of semantics we find ourselves in. Gain of function? What do you mean gain of function? Oh yeah, no, they gain some functions. Now we're into this again with this stuff. Let's get into it. Unfortunately for this propaganda racket masquerading as neutral and high-minded fact-checking, the neocon official, long in charge of US policy in Ukraine, testified on Monday before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and strongly suggested that such claims are at least in part true. This complex situation in Ukraine. Here's what's not complex. Putin's illegal invasion is horrific. Ukrainian people are worthy of support. Any support that could be offered.
Yeah.
I just want to see what what's the timestamp?
Hold on.
Yeah, if you just roll over it. Yeah, what is it?
242, 246.
Okay. Keep going. Thank you.
That doesn't escalate the situation and make it worse, I suppose. Would you agree with that? Comments below. But this is merely an acknowledgement that something with this amount of historical depth, with this number of interests at play, has layers of complexity that are worthy of unpacking. And remember, explaining is not condoning. By explaining something, you're not condoning it. You're trying to understand it, trying to get a better perspective.
And your opinion is that he is condoning it just by explaining it, right?
I'll tell you my opinion. But first off, the reason I pointed that out, the time code out, is it took like 2 minutes and 42 seconds for him to do the little hand wave where he's like, oh, by the way, this is bad. Now I'm going to spend another 18 minutes talking about the fact that biolabs exist in the Ukraine. Well, yeah, here's what I think. What I think is when you spend 22 minutes talking about how biolabs exist in Ukraine, and when you put out that thumbnail I showed you before of the NPCs all having one opinion. Remember, whenever the NPCs have an opinion, it's wrong. And when you put out a title that's called, quote, so this is what they've been hiding. What you're doing is you're trying to sow doubt. You're trying to muddy the waters. You're spreading misinformation. Because again, what the Russians are saying is these biolabs are making a virus to kill Russians. You'll notice he hasn't talked about that.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Because that would definitely be him spreading misinformation directly, right? You're saying he's indirectly doing it.
No, what I'm saying is the reason he didn't open with that is because that is so insane on its face that if you opened with that fact, everything else you said would kind of be meaningless.
Yeah, and do you think that maybe that fact is not in play here for the facts that he is bringing up? Like these could exist independently of that fact, or are you saying it's impossible for that to happen?
I think that when you talk about Ukrainian biolabs, that's the first thing you have to talk about. You have to talk about what the theory actually is. Like, if you just talk about if you talk about this stuff in the abstract and you start getting into semantics and just asking questions, the further you get away from the core of the lie, the more you're spreading propaganda, misinformation, appealing to the right wing, and carrying water for Putin.
Okay.
Yesterday afternoon.
There's a reason he didn't open with the core lie. It's because his audience doesn't want to hear that. What his audience wants to hear is, I spent 4 years sucking Vladimir Putin's dick, and I wasn't wrong to. And that's why you have a title like, so this is what they've been hiding. And that's why you have NPCs expressing these opinions. And that's why, like, you don't insult Vladimir Putin until 2 minutes in. Like, because if you open with that stuff, it turns the right wing off.
A lot of that 2 minutes was him telling you to go to see his comedy shows and all the different areas as well, and doing his YouTube shtick bullshit, which we do on the beginning of our videos. We have our couple of minutes of shill. Like, a lot of this is the YouTube game being played as well.
Oh, I agree that he spent 10, 15, 20 seconds shilling some of his dates and telling people to like and subscribe, but he also made the same joke twice. He opened with saying, there's no biolabs in Ukraine. They just happen to be labs that have bio. And then did the farting thing, and then he made the same joke again. Why do you make that joke?
That is so good, though. The farting bird is great. I love it.
I love farts.
Yeah.
Like
farts are funny.
The reason why make that joke? I'll tell you why make that joke. To sow misinformation, to spread doubt, and to muddy the waters.
Stephanie McMahon, I would appreciate if you keep our personal business off of my chat and shut up about Macho Man. Like, I don't want anyone to know that me and Macho Man were Eskimo bros, okay? He's my hero.
So Glenn Greenwald says, yesterday afternoon, Under Secretary of State Victoria Nuland appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You want to give it back so we can play?
Yes, sir.
Under Secretary of State Victoria Nuland appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Marco Rubio, hoping to debunk growing claims that there are chemical weapons labs in Ukraine, asked Nuland, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons? Rubio undoubtedly expected a flat denial by Nuland, thus providing further proof that such speculation is dastardly fake news emanating from the Kremlin, the CCP and QAnon. Instead, Nuland did something completely uncharacteristic for her. For neocons, and for senior US foreign policy officials, for some reason, she told a version of the truth. Her answer visibly stunned Rubio, who as soon as he realised the damage she was doing to the US messaging campaign by telling the truth, interrupted her and demanded that she instead affirm that if a biological attack were to occur, everyone should be 100% sure that it was Russia who did it. Grateful for the life raft, Nuland told Rubio he was right. Now we can have a look at that with our own little eyes and with our own little minds. Assess who are you going to believe, the government or your own lying eyes, the mainstream media or your own ability to look at stuff and decide for yourself. Got to be the old government and media, hasn't it? I mean, they never let us down before.
So he is definitely playing to the anti-government conspiracy crowd, obviously. Like
he's playing to, and yeah, but like in this very specific case, it is the right wing who is amplifying the biolabs theory. Russia and unfortunately China are both amplifying this theory that there was a virus that Ukraine and America were developing to kill Russians, and that's why we invaded Ukraine. It's unfortunate that Russell Brand is doing this because he's helping to propagate a lie. And he's helping to justify a war of aggression. I hate it.
I mean, I don't see it directly the way you do, but I'm willing to understand where you're coming from. I understand that, and it's if that's exactly what's happening here, that's fucked up. I just don't see it happening that way. I see him maybe a little too far into the conspiracy theory realm, and we're taking everything he's saying here and saying that it directly legitimizes the Russian bioweapon claim against Russia. And I don't know if I see that yet. But I understand where you're coming from it, and you're willing to get to that leap quicker than I am. So I want to continue watching because I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't got there yet.
No, look, I'm definitely still down to keep watching too. Let's keep watching.
Yeah.
I have a minute left. Let me ask you, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
And this is where you say no, and we can carry on with our presumed narrative.
Ukraine has biological research facilities.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of.
What? No! Abort!
So we are working with the Ukrainians.
Pretty sure it's not Ukrainians.
The Ukrainians.
If you are an Undersecretary for State Affairs, do learn the name of Ukrainians.
Sounds like
on
a
how
Star
they
Trek
can prevent
race.
any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
So, Russia presumably have got their own scientists, their own laboratories, their own narrative, their own agenda, their own perspective on this situation. Clearly, all this is true. So whatever it is that's in that biological research facility, it warrants some concern. Then, just in there knocking up nail varnish and conditioner. This conditioner, though, actually you don't even have to wash it out. Shampoo, take 2 bottles in the shower. You off your fucking nut? Take 1 bottle in there. Don't let Putin get his hands on that. We want him in the shower for as long as possible. Oh, no, I must apply the conditioner. This will take ages. How on earth will I annex Georgia?
I'm sure you're aware that the Russian
now let's
propaganda.
pause it there.
Yeah.
So what Russell Brand just did was, and he did it inside a joke, which is like very insidious. Like Nick Fuentes does the same thing. He'll like say something horrible, but does it in a joke, so it kind of goes down smoother. Russell Brand just said that like Ukraine has labs where terrible shit is happening, and if the Russians got their hands on it, it would be bad. Do you agree that that's what Russell Brand just said?
It does seem like that was the narrative he was speaking from. Yes.
Yeah. Like, so again, this is Russell Brand saying that Ukraine is up to nefarious, no good, very bad shit in these secret labs that, quote, they've been hiding. Because again, the title of this video is, so this is what they've been hiding. Now, here's the truth. Right now, the Russians are doing insane things to Ukraine's infrastructure. For example, they shelled a nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe. They shelled it the other day. And if that nuclear power plant if the wrong building had been hit, all of Europe would have been irradiated and millions of people would have died.
Fuck.
So right now, what NATO is trying to do and what Ukraine is trying to do is make sure that the 19-year-old Russian soldiers, conscripts, who are running around Ukraine don't, I don't know, bomb a lab and let some stupid shit that they were studying out. Like, there is a huge difference between, hey, let's make sure that we don't bomb any labs where, like, completely legitimate medical research may be happening and the Ukrainians and Americans are building a virus to kill Russians. And that's why we invaded Ukraine, to stop the virus. Like, I
kind of feel like Putin learned from Trump.
Of course he did. And Trump learned from Putin.
Yeah. And they're old school buddies.
Yes.
So Brandon Klein in the chat says it shelled like a block away, not the actual power plant. And Ducking Creeper says way too close for comfort. And this is where I stand on this. I feel like one side is going to say it was a block away, way far away. And the other side says it was only a block away. And they're going to argue about whether it's right or wrong. I think it's all kind of fucked up. And I would have liked to have just watched Russell Brand and commented on his opinion here and commented rather than fight with each other. We literally didn't get past the Putin, the 2-minute and 42-second mark when we watched it together, right? When it was Jeff and everybody, because we started barreling into this idea.
Yeah, I was trying to get through it, but
well,
it was
wasn't just you. It was because we were like, Jeff was like, Russell Brand's a huge piece of shit, Tim Pool. And I'm like,
I gave up on it because and that happens sometimes.
In my mind, I'm like, I see Russell Brand very differently than I see Tim Pool. And I wanted to have it like spelled out for me why he's on the Tim Pool level.
When I play a video, like any video, it doesn't matter what it is on this show, if I feel like the people can talk more than they can talk about the video, I just skip it.
Yeah, but I was trying to get Jeff to compare Tim Pool and Russell Brand in a way that I could put the two together.
Sure.
And we didn't get there.
I would like that.
And then when
I think that we just saw that.
Well, yeah, but now we watched a little further. I am seeing some of the pieces here come together where I'm getting a bigger picture. When you said that when you said that he was shilling for the right, I'm like, I don't know if I see that. I don't know if I see that. Right here, right now, him saying the whole Putin thing, like, Putin's a bad guy, got to be taken away, then making the jokes. This is where I see maybe a little more of an opinion being pushed. A little more of what you were talking about. And I wanted to see it because I don't see that in all the Russell Brand stuff I watch. And I haven't watched him for fucking months, right? So I don't even know where he's at. But now that I'm watching it, I can see where it's opening up and he's maybe playing into this dangerous game. You use the word insidious. I still am on the fence of insidious, but I'm not saying it's out of the park. I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm trying to see from my perspective whether it's okay to talk about these things or it's not, right? That's what I'm thinking of in my head. Because if there's pieces here, if he's going to bring some factoids that show that, you know, we're really pushing an agenda, America's pushing an agenda against Russia and kind of perpetuating this war, I want to see that. If he's just trying to give Russia some ground to like sympathy ground, I don't want to see that, right? I want to see where it goes. And that where I'm coming from is I want to see where it goes. And now that I'm seeing it, I'm a little worried that he's just giving, like you said, the insidious sympathy through jokes towards Russia. And that's where we're at right now. I'm seeing that.
I don't think anybody says I'm going to wake up today and do something wrong or evil or insidious.
I don't think so either.
I think what happens is people fall down these little holes. And
yes.
like, you know, so yeah, like I don't think what he's doing is like, it's just really disappointing. I mean, the reason that like a minute in, I was like willing to say like, I don't like what's happening here is because like I saw stuff I didn't like. But I like what you're saying about like, you know, why don't we keep watching this video? Like, let's see what else is happening here.
Go ahead and play it.
And groups are already putting out there all kinds of information about how they've uncovered a plot by the Ukrainians to release biological weapons in the country and with NATO's coordination.
That's like if something's gone wrong at a dinner party. Would you mind now if we don't talk about this till we get home, dear? Couldn't it possibly be that the Russians are just straightforward baddies and there's no complexity to this and we haven't been dabbling in matters in Ukraine that are potentially problematic? Let's not mention that Hunter Biden can't go 10 minutes without getting paid $50,000 by a Ukrainian energy company. We'll talk about this in the car.
If there's
so there is like this Hunter Biden Ukraine stuff. If is it being investigated by the federal government right now, or is it?
This morning. Because the only crime that he was really being accused of committing in the whole laptop thing was that he didn't pay his federal taxes. And this morning, the Justice Department came out and they were like, "We proved that he did pay his taxes."
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's a level between crime and influence, and I feel like there's definitely some weird influence for Hunter Biden, a crackhead, to have these connections to these foreign companies, right? Like foreign countries.
Hold on, though.
Well, see,
what's
the thing.
The crackhead?
sorry.
Hold on, though. You should, of all people, be sympathetic to crackheads, right?
Oh, I'm sympathetic to crackheads who earn their way through on
so
their
the fact that he was a
basis.
crackhead shouldn't be like a slight against him, right?
No, it's the idea.
I mean, like,
it's the idea that what value does he have to Ukraine and China other than he's Biden's son, right? That's my question.
So him being a crackhead has nothing to do with it, then, right?
Well, him being a crackhead says, what could this crackhead possibly have value towards China and Ukraine other than being Biden's son? And we can admit that he's a crackhead. Like, we can admit that he smoked crack. He's wrote books about it.
I mean, like,
he fucks prostitutes. He indulges.
But why would you demonize any of those actions?
Because they are indulgences. And if he's willing to indulge on illegally...
But there's so many normal people that indulge in all that shit,
But
right?
he's not a normal person. He's a person who's in a position of possible power. That's my question. Do I think he should
I don't want
really
to say like something offensive. I just think it's weird, like
that
you bring up crackhead shit when like your own family was like.
My dad smoked crack and worked himself to the bone in retirement. Got paid a very small amount of money to give his body away and shorten his lifespan working in the shipyards,
that's awful.
right? But that being said. being said, he wasn't in a position of influence in world matters.
But even through like knowing you, like I know not to judge someone who's into.
I'm not judging him because he's a crackhead. I'm
Then why
judging
mention
him
it?
because it's very important to note that he's willing to break the law for personal gain.
Okay,
I think that's fair.
Wait, there we go.
Yeah,
that's the first. Well, that's the first actual charge that you've made. Because I was about to ask, what do you think Hunter Biden did? What do you think Hunter Biden did that caused Russia to invade Ukraine?
Well, I don't know there is anything that caused Russia to invade Ukraine. If Hunter Biden has been giving Ukraine some sort of connection to the U.S. government and favor for the U.S. government, then maybe I don't know any of this. Okay, so I'm saying the conspiracy that we have that Hunter Biden is behind this is a very salacious, interesting
Hunter
story.
Biden could be a total piece of shit. Like I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
He is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
but when I see Russell Brand falling into these conspiracy holes, it's because of these little nuggets of like reality that don't add up, right? And that's a big problem we're dealing with here. It sucks that no side is perfect, and that maybe the one side that is better than the other is going to get shit on because they have too many connections to questionable shit, right? Like this is why it's hard for me to judge somebody who's a right-wing person, because they're obviously picking up on things that are questionable, and they're questioning them, and they're settling for answers that I don't think are right. I don't think they're correct, but I can understand why they're asking questions, and we're not giving them adequate answers on our side either. I got to drive soon.
Well, I have adequate answers. Like okay, so Russell Brand just brought up Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Like just we can all agree that Hunter Biden fucked prostitutes, smoked crack, and he got a job at a private oil company.
I'll tell you
because
what,
of his
those
dad.
two things,
Huh?
I think they should both be legal.
Yeah, of course. I think they
agree,
should too.
Of course. Yeah. So we can all agree that the guy is like a scumbag daddy's boy who got a job based on his name.
Yeah.
Why bring Hunter Biden up in this video? Like, this video is talking about how Russia. This video is talking about the biolabs as the pretext for Russia invading Ukraine. Why do you think he brought up Hunter Biden at all?
I think he's bringing it up because he believes there's a connection of depth that is the United States working with the Ukraine to solidify their position in the Ukraine, a bordering nation to Russia, to insert a dominant power if they need to go against Russia, and saying that there is world politics at play here, and it's not just Putin going against Ukraine, little Ukraine on its own, that Ukraine might have a bigger backing. He's suggesting Ukraine might be not just Ukraine, but also the United States, also the all these other countries supporting Ukraine. And when you're from Russia's perspective, you now aren't big ass Russia picking on little Ukraine. You're Russia versus the world.
They should just make Vitaly Klitschko the ultimate alpha male in charge of all of it.
Yeah. And I think that maybe that's the picture Russell's trying to paint here, is that it's not big-ass Russia picking on little Ukraine. It's Russia versus the world, and we have to think of it from that matter. But we don't have to think of it from that matter. But maybe we should stop thinking of it as a tiny little country, Ukraine, when it's really like representative of a bigger thing.
Asterios,
if that's what he's saying.
Asterios, the real meat and bones of this is Billy only respects tall people. And the
what are you, 5'11", Asterios?
The current hold on
Fairly tall.
the current president of Ukraine is a very short man. Let's make Vitaly Klitschko the new president of Ukraine.
He ran for president.
Did he?
Yeah,
Putin's not tall.
He lost, but then he ran for mayor and he won.
Yeah, he's mayor of Kiev.
Yeah, he's mayor of the capital.
Could they
city.
make mayor the winner of a fight and make
I think they should. I mean, right now Vitaly Klitschko is literally gun in his hand defending.
Yeah,
peace.
and that's amazing. That is, dude. He is an alpha chat. Like he's
I know.
like.
Don't forget his twin brother, who also rules and is also
Vladimir Klitschko, who married Hayden. What's her last name? Say it for
Panettiere.
me. Panettiere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now
they
now,
look like
now-
twins almost. They're
They
both
are
like
twins.
6 foot. Are they twins?
They're literal twin brothers.
They wanted them to fight so bad, and they were like, "Our mom won't let us fight," and they didn't do it.
So, Asterios, I do know that I set up something there, and you have a good response to it. And
sorry.
No, it's okay. I love the Klitschkos. Just paying off what you said.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think Russell Greer brought up Hunter Biden to point out the fact that America is in the tank in support of the Ukraine. But here's the thing, like, we give them millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of foreign aid each year. The reason President Trump was impeached was because we were trying to give them billions of dollars in military aid, and President Trump directly put a hold on the military aid for the Ukraine. Hunter Biden isn't some sort of go-between. Like, we just give Ukraine money. We've done it forever. We give democracies that we support around the world money. So I don't think he brought up Hunter Biden to point out that America supports Ukraine. We openly and publicly do that.
Yeah, I think what he was saying was that maybe there's a further motive behind the U.S. being in Ukraine and giving that support is to have put pressure on the Russian border, right? Like that's what he's suggesting. Whether I'm just trying to see where he's coming from, right? And so that's what I'm seeing when he says that. I'm seeing him say, this is America and Ukraine working together to put pressure on Russian border, and that's maybe why there's more to the conflict than Putin just went mad and invaded Ukraine. But he also said it's illegal. Like it's not what we're supposed to do. So it's like where he's coming from right now seems to be dancing. He wants to have it both ways, right?
I certainly think so.
Yeah.
But the thing that I disagree with you. I don't think he brought up Hunter Biden because he was trying to draw some sort of larger story about a little country being backed up by a big country. I think he brought up Hunter Biden because the right wing loves hearing the words Hunter Biden because of the conspiracy theories around Hunter Biden, that Hunter Biden bad and Hunter Biden
Joe
must have
had
done
a loser
something.
son. He had a loser son that as a powerful rich guy propped up and gave him a good life our dads couldn't give us because they weren't big powerful people. It's the same thing.
That's 100%. Obviously, yes. That's 100% what he was doing there. Asterios was painting the conspiracy and targeting the conspiracy theorists, which seems to be the right. Yeah, that's right. That's what he was doing. And
I think so too.
And I don't know. It's just part of me, is that conspiracy guy too, and I'm not right. But I don't think that what's going on with the left is necessarily correct either. So that's why I have these hesitancies to just toe the line. But you're not wrong there. That's 100% what he was doing. And I'm trying to see from what direction and whether I can agree with his analysis of it, or if he's just 100% provoking the right.
Joe, are you still watching? You said you jump in. Joe wanted to dive into this for a minute, but he said he had.
Let's watch more of the Marco Rubio thing here.
A baby in his lap.
Biological or chemical weapon incident or attack inside of Ukraine. Is there any doubt in your mind that 100% it would be the Russians that would be behind it?
He's even at that point sort of doing nods. And he's like, with any doubt, it wouldn't be anyone else. Would it be the Russians? They're bad, ain't they? Russians, basically.
Is there any doubt in your mind that 100% it would be the Russians that would be behind it?
Did you see that film, Rocky IV? Who did you like best? Rocky? Or that other guy?
Ivan Drago was way more badass. I'm just saying.
Oh, Flungern, the bastard.
There is no doubt in my mind, Senator, and it is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
Oh, unlike you lot, you lovely bunch of darlings. Please remember that even though this is a serious subject, we are permitted to apply a humorous lens to expose the ridiculousness and absurdity of the discourse that surrounds it. I'm certainly not making light of the tragic plight of people directly affected by war. We honour them with truth. Nuland's bizarre admission that Ukraine has biological...
You feel like that was just talking out of his mouth bullshit?
I think that's what people do. Like lie. But seriously, lies are bad. Like it's the Owen voice of punditry to like, stop for a minute and point out that we're all having fun here, but things are bad. I'm a moral person who you can trust. It's like, it's a trick. I don't know if he thinks he's engaging this rhetorical trick intentionally, or if it's just like something he's doing. But like, I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just I'm seeing his tactics now, the way he's doing it, and part of me is like, this is just classic comedian commentary, and he's obviously coming from a place of conspiratorial roots, but maybe it is just perpetuating that right agenda. It's definitely falling out that way right now.
It's like, obviously these things are tools. Like, it's like any comedian can play a clip of someone, make jokes, play a clip of someone, make jokes. That's all we do on this show. That is the Drunken Peasants. Play a clip, make a joke. But like,
we innovated it almost 9 years ago.
I know. You guys, yes, I wouldn't be on a second-tier show. Like, but the thing is, it's like the clip you choose and the jokes that you choose to make. Like, that's where your opinion comes in. And it's like, I think he's putting a really shitty opinion out right now. But let's keep watching.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Here it is. Here it is.
Research facilities that are dangerous enough to warrant concern that they could fall into Russian hands, ironically constituted more decisive evidence of the existence of such programs in Ukraine than what was offered in 2002 and
By the way, if you appreciate this insanely long episode of DP where everyone's like hammering out serious issues, please consider sending us a couple dollars down below. It would really help out a lot, and we're trying to get to 50%.
2003 to corroborate US allegations about Saddam's chemical and biological programs in Iraq. Wow, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? That in itself is a more cohesive and reliable piece of evidence, given that it comes from a high-ranking diplomat, than what mobilized action in Iraq. That's heavy. It should go without saying that the existence of a Ukrainian biological research program does not justify an invasion by Russia.
And can you pause it here?
Yeah.
And this is what they do. Later down the pipe, they slide in the wiggle language. Like Glenn Greenwald, this is a Substack thing. People pay for someone's Substack. So like, if this was paragraph 1, he would have less subscribers. Because his subscribers are, unfortunately now in 2022, like rabid right-wing people who want to be fed the narrative they want, which is Putin good. Like, if he opened with this, he'd lose his audience. But when you slip it in paragraph 10, then you can go to like liberals and be like, see, I did put this in. So I am saying both sides.
What they just said there was that there's more evidence for this biological claim than there was for the Iraq war in 2003, right? Like, we were just going on the word of Hans Blix in 2003. So that's what Russell Brand's saying, is that in the past we've gotten away with much worse.
I agree that we shouldn't have invaded Iraq and that we did it on a bunch of lies. But if you're going to point out that American officials lie about biological weapons, then why are you willing to believe this lady now?
Yeah, totally. He's not really saying he necessarily believes her. He's saying that she's doing a song and dance as well when confronted by Rubio and everything. And it really does come down to It's very highly opinionated stuff here from Russell Brand, and he's really had to do the song and dance where, why you think he had to help her out? He had to take her out of there, and it's like I don't agree with that from a factual basis. It's very suggestive, and that's the one thing I was kind of defending Russell Brand from doing before I watched it. Right, so right then and there, that's where I'm starting to. That's really where I'm starting to retract some of my claims. What he is saying, he's making a claim that there's more evidence towards biological weaponry in this case than there was in 2003, and we still went to war then with Iraq. And I think that, like, if we're gonna go like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, it is technically a true standpoint from Russell Brand, but also, like you said, what's the real point of it? And if the point is to just feed the agenda of an alt-right, then that sucks.
I mean, like the thing is, and that is what is. I'm not saying he is insidious, but what is insidious is the kernel of truth, which Fox News also uses very well. Like I can tell you right now, there is more of a chance that a bear will break through your door and kill you than a shark. Because there's bears on the West Coast and sharks can't get on land. But like right now, there's also no danger that you will be killed by any animal breaking through that door. Yeah, technically, I guess you could say that there's more evidence that Ukraine had shitty secret biolabs than that Iraq did, but neither war is correct. So like, why even point that out in the first place unless you're trying to create doubt, sow misinformation, and in this case, engage in whataboutism? Well, everyone's so upset that Russia invaded Ukraine. Well, we invaded Iraq. It's like, yeah, no one is saying that's good anymore. Yeah. Like, people ran for president saying that was bad. Like, Trump ran for president saying war is bad, no more wars. Like, we all agree that the Iraq war was a huge mistake.
Yeah. I'm going to continue watching this, but it's definitely...
Please, let's keep
right,
going.
But it has been said. It has been said. No one's doing that. So, look, let me know in the comments below if you think we're handling this sensitively enough. If we're getting across to you that we're not making light of the horror that's being experienced by Ukrainian people. Our sympathy could not be stronger. Neither are we neglecting to condemn Putin and the actions of Russia. We are simply trying to understand...
He dated like a fucking... billionaire heiress for a while.
I don't give a fuck about that. Like, I'm just like he just kind of married Katy Perry and then was like, oh no, love.
Yeah, he's
like, I think that was the first documented celebrity breakup via text. Oh no, love.
What's happening and resisting the simplifying propagandist narratives that we're offered elsewhere. Oh, those people are bad. It must be happening because they're bad people. Well, that's really helpful. Soon we'll have this resolved. With our platitudinous idiocy, we're sure to reach a solution any day now. Let alone an attack as comprehensive and devastating as the one unfolding. No more than the existence of a similar biological program under Saddam would have rendered the 2003 US invasion of Iraq justifiable. But Newland's confession does shed critical light on several important issues and raises vital questions that deserve answers. And what I suppose Greenwald does by drawing this comparison is helps us to recognise that there isn't a consistent set of values and principles that legitimise war, that legitimise attack.
Oh yeah, there's never going to be a consistent set of fucking principles that legitimize war. We're the country that spends more than the 8 other top countries on fucking war machines. We're always going to have the benefit of the doubt, and we're always going to have the fucking conductor calling in our favor. The ref's in our pocket.
Yeah, what was the stat on, like, how much military funding we could give up to, like, feed the world?
I know you can end homelessness for $20 billion. And, I think, or in the U.S., $20 billion in the U.S. to end homelessness.
In the U.S., okay.
Yeah, and I think worldwide it's under $100 billion to end world hunger, I think.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could do these things. We just choose not to.
Well, not only we choose not to, we're in the business of making war machines, not in the business of feeding hungry people.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. I certainly agree with that. Like, if you don't have to jump back, but like you'll notice that Glenn Greenwald used the word confession. Like a lot of Glenn Greenwald's language is directly opinionated. He's saying that like Victoria Nuland confessed to this. You confess to a crime. Like even that word is trying to put the stink that something insidious is going on in the Ukraine. Or again, to take us back to the title of the video we're watching, quote, so this is what they've been hiding. It sucks.
Yeah.
Let's keep watching.
These principles and values shift according to what? According to what? It essentially seems that there's an underlying agenda or set of objectives that are being pursued, and that the values and principles shift to allow that avenue to be accessed. Any attempt to...
So now that he's saying this, like, he's saying that there's an agenda being shifted in the favor of the American military-industrial complex, and that's the point he's trying to make with all this. Like,
I'm not sure what point he's trying to make at this point. I don't know what he's saying right here. I'm not sure.
Because when I'm thinking of Russell Brand, I'm thinking he's trying to point out that there's a whole lot of stuff going on that doesn't benefit the people. That's what I've always saw from him. And when you said it was a right-wing shill, I'm thinking in my head, I don't think that's true. I think he's more about human beings and the betterment of humans and identifying people as people and understanding the enemy in a way that makes us feel like we aren't looking them directly as like a faceless monster. And when he talks like that, that's how I've always picked it up with him. He doesn't says what he does to try and humanize things so we don't react in a way that is purely anger reactionary and more of a trying to do something about the problem. That's what I was coming to thinking of all this. And that's why I was maybe I don't want to say combative, but that's why I was so set in my ways earlier.
So what's your conclusion thus far, would you say?
Well, I don't think what Asterios is saying is necessarily wrong. I'm having to look at it from that perspective for the first time with this, because I'm still seeing him come back to this and say, this is not going to be what fixes it. Being angry at somebody's not going to fix it. So I'm like, which one's the grift here? Is he actually trying to come from a place of peace, or is he using peace as the mask to just legitimize the right? Right? That's where I'm coming to terms with in this conversation at this moment.
Claim that Ukraine's biological facilities are just benign and standard medical labs is negated by Nuland's explicitly grave concern that Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of those facilities, and that the US government therefore is right this minute working with Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces. The only reason to be quite concerned about these biological research facilities falling into Russian hands is if they contain sophisticated materials that Russian scientists have not yet developed on their own.
I mean,
that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true at all. That's terribly unfair. The only reason that they would be quite concerned that biological research facilities would fall into the hands of the Russians is because they're not the fucking Russians. This is Ukraine shit. This is biological, possibly, like you said, level 1, level 2 grade stuff. But if this level 1, level 2 grade stuff got dumped onto Ukraine, that's a lot better than just the level 0 shit that's going on already. Like you protecting that from the people, even if you're protecting them from getting a rash or a cough, is better than not. So this saying the only reason is some bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, and this is Glenn Greenwald again. This is an opinion he's putting out there, but people think he's a journalist, and because at one point he was, and now he's just a pundit. Like, if the Russians were sending in super scientists to take proper custody of this stuff, that would be one thing. But like, when the Russians are taking over nuclear power plants, they're doing it with 19-year-old soldiers who were told they were going on a training exercise and then ended up invading Ukraine, which would be like if you and I joined the army and we were told we were going on a training exercise and we ended up invading Rhode Island. It's like there are real reasons to be concerned.
It's the equivalent of using just the tip on a girl.
Yes.
You're like, oh, I'm just going to stick the tip in, and then before you know it, she's got balls in her ass. That's
exactly.
fucked.
Yes.
And which could be used for nefarious purposes, i.e. either advanced biological weapons or dual-use research that has potential to be weaponized. Now, let me point out at this stage that this is pure conjecture. There is no definitive evidence that there are bioweapons being developed, but what there appears to be, according to the video that you just saw with your own eyes, is American concern that the contents of those research facilities could end up in Russian hands. You just saw that. Why would that be?
Because even if it's level 1 or 2, like everybody's saying, that's not a good thing.
Yes.
Exactly. Like that's why, right? Is that what you're gonna say, Russell Brand? Is that why? Because it seems pretty simple.
Yeah.
We're not saying there is. We're not saying there isn't. We're merely cataloguing that a person just said that.
We're just asking questions.
Yeah, and in me, when he says that, I'm thinking, okay, it's fair to just ask questions, and that you can come to answers pretty simply. We came to our answers, so in my head, I'm like, we just came to the answers. Fuck, like it's not a big of a deal, right? Like that's what I would do if I was Russia and it was just 1 or 2 level category shit, or Ukraine, I mean, and the United States. If it was 1 or 2 level shit, I would want to stop it too. I think that's a real answer.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, when someone is just asking questions, it's fair to ask why they're asking that question. Just like, look, of course it's fair to ask questions. It's also fair to ask why. Like that thing he just said. What are we, like 6 minutes in now? 5 minutes
I'm not
in?
sure. I can't see without bending.
No, it's okay. So he just says, like, now look, there's no evidence of this. Why isn't that the title of your video? Like, why isn't that in the thumbnail of your video?
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not sexy.
That's 100% true, because it's not sexy. It doesn't appeal. Like, this is the YouTube game. What he's doing is commentary. He's doing it on a level with stuff that is conspiratorial and possibly dangerous. But also, at what point do you stop somebody from having this right of freedom of speech? I don't think what he's doing should be stopped. I think it should be talked about. I think it should be talked about on a level a little deeper than this guy's a piece of shit, which from the beginning of this is what I was trying to like get to with Jeff. And it took so long to get to where you came in and gave me like your side of things. And I wasn't quite there with you, but I understood where you're coming from. But I wasn't there, and it's almost even before this segment started, you brought up questions, and some questions shouldn't be asked, right? You're like,
I think I said why. I think the whole time I've been like, if you're just going to ask questions, it's like, why? Yeah. Because sometimes you're just asking questions to push a narrative.
Specifically, when the woman question was brought up. You specifically said, that's one question I wish was never asked. And I said, see, I think you should ask the questions. I just think you should get
I meant
better
the
answers.
Jewish question. I said the Jewish question.
Exactly.
Shouldn't have been asked. Right.
Exactly. I wasn't going to say it, but I was saying I still think you should ask the question. You should just come up with better answers. That was my idea from that point. Like I feel like that got a terrible answer, a horrible answer. But I still think you should be able to ask the question, and I think it's interesting that before all this happened, that's where we kind of stood from the point of just asking questions and stuff. Like before all this, even we were kind of like having a little difference of opinion on the questioning of things, and I think that might be the way I'm set up versus the way you're set up, and your way. I don't know if it would have meant we never had an answer like that at all. If we just avoid the question, I don't know, right? And I think that we do know the answer that happened. It was terrible. Like
I'm not sure if I would have to rewind to watch. I don't know if I ever said the phrase, we shouldn't ask some questions. I think I might have said, I wish we hadn't asked that question. But like, I don't think, I just don't. Well, and look, if I did say that's like, yes, clearly we all believe in freedom of speech here. Yeah. Like we all believe, of course, Russell Brand should have the right to do this shit.
Yeah.
But I'm allowed to, but then I also have the right to say, here's what 100%. I think you're doing and here's why I think it's shitty.
Yeah.
Like, of course.
I wasn't like trying to bring up the earlier as a gotcha moment. It's just like, it was interesting how like, even before we got into this conversation, like your opinion on it was like, some like this question probably shouldn't have been asked type of thing. And I defended it like Like, well, I think you should ask, but get a different answer. It's just weird to me.
We were
like,
both joking.
Yeah. Going back into it. And now we're here, and we're kind of here because I'm like, I'm over here trying to like allow the question to be asked, and it's like at what cost? And maybe I'm not thinking of all the dog whistling that comes along with it when I'm asking the question.
Happy
right?
St. Patty's, everyone.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, I think this is sad. It's like this was a guy that was doing good work, and you hate to see this happen to a good comedian. But like it happened to what's his name? It happened to Dennis Miller, and like it's happened to so many people. It's just like you get old, and you start to read the stuff on Facebook that appeals to you most. It's like that's why so many old people watch Fox News. It's very loud and very flashy, and it makes you upset.
I watch it because I love it.
Of course.
You know what?
Why?
You know what's
That's why you watch it.
hilarious? There was one night, a bunch of friends of mine from Canada.
I gotta pee really bad. I've been
Sorry. I'll tell Asterios this story. A bunch
Yeah,
of
tell
friends
me.
of mine came down from Canada. You know Scott and you know Adam.
Yeah.
They came down and they brought a guy with them, a British guy. He does the channel called I Hate Everything. If you're familiar with that, do you know that channel?
Well, no, I like the name, but I'm
It's
not
a
familiar.
very popular channel. Anyway,
You guys are the only YouTubers I really watch.
we all hung out, had drinks, and like we had a good night. And then that night, I was in their hotel room and we were watching TV, and they're like, Adam looks at I Hate Everything. He's like, "You're not gonna believe American TV," and I'm like, "What? Really?" and like, I'm like, "What?" And then they turn it on, and the first thing that comes on is like, "Ask your doctor about connectofil," and they all start laughing. Like they all start laughing their asses off like immediately. And I'm like, "What?" They're like, "We don't have any fucking commercials like this at all." So like,
no, why would you sell medicine in a country where it's
it's
free?
not even
Why would
selling
you
it. No, it's trying to influence sick people to ask their doctors about it. It's so fucked up when you really think about it, because like we don't think about it because it's everywhere.
Yes.
It's fucked up. Those commercials are trying to get us to doctor shop for drugs. Pharmaceutical drugs. It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, we live in a weird, dumb hell world. It's awful.
And then Fox News comes on, and it's like, is AOC a communist? Like the first thing, and we all
We're
like
just
start,
asking questions,
and we all erupt in laughter. Yeah, and they had never seen the guy I Hate Everything. He had never seen American news, and they were warning him. They're like, watch this American news. And they only live like an hour and a half away or 2 hours away from where we live. And then they cross this imaginary line on a map, and then like the world is totally different down here.
Yeah, we have a weird hell world. It's just we happen to get paid a lot more for our jobs, so people want to be here. Like if it wasn't
if
for
you
our
get really
ludicrously high
sick, you're
salary-
taken care of there.
Of course, yes, of course. Well, speaking of jobs, I have to write a bunch of commercials before I can go to bed tonight. It was great talking to you guys. Thanks for having me back on. This was so much fun.
Yeah, sorry for keeping you so long over some division.
I thought it was wonderful.
I would much rather be like talking and laughing and stuff all night, but I'm glad we had this talk. I do really respect your opinion on this, and I do think you got me to look at it. Finally, got me to look at it in a way where I could maybe understand a little more.
This is wonderful.
It took me a while. We had to actually watch the video of me to like dissect it in the moment to really get there. And I blame all of it on Jeff Holiday for just
leaving.
No, saying that I suck rich dick. Fuck him.
I want to back up.
I'm kidding.
I thought that was
sorry.
just given.
No, I want to back up.
Like you
what
love
Billy's
Disney
saying.
and Marvel, right?
Of course, they're both great. I'm a huge soy boy for them. Like Jeff was being insulting to Billy, and that poisoned a lot of I was like, this guy's drunk as hell. And he's being real condescending. And because it's like,
But
Billy's
that's our
asking for
boy,
proof. It's
right?
like, let's Google it. I know. I love him.
No,
I'm glad
me
we're done
and
with
Jeff
him.
are kind of like clones of each other, and when we get drunk, we will get mean.
Well, everybody gets mean when they're drunk.
Well, I don't think anything was really mean. I just felt like
he was condescending.
Yeah, but also I was trying to like really see it the way that you guys were seeing it. I really was trying to see it that way, and I think there was a level of condescending or whatever that didn't get me there with Jeff. And when you started to come in, I knew you were coming in from a way that was like you were trying to get to me, so I was trying to give it to you, but I wasn't quite getting there, and we had a little back and forth that went pretty deep.
I think Billy is really open to hearing new ideas, but once he has an idea, he's a fighter and he will like hold on to.
I still have an idea about Russell Brand that I feel like in a lot of ways I agree with him. But I don't agree with him on the dog whistling on the right adjacent. I don't want him to feed into these right ideals. But I feel agree
like
with him in a lot of other ways.
If it was the new incel from Cozy.tv saying the same shit Russell Brand said, you'd be like, this loser's an idiot.
No, because they come from a place of hatred. He really does hit from a place of like understanding and peace, and that's something I like about him. Okay. Like, even in this one, like when I'm having to look at the other side of things from Asterios' perspective, I'm agreeing with him and seeing them, and he hits me back with that. We have to look at this from a humanitarian aspect. We're looking at both sides, and you can't look at somebody and judge them and not judge yourself. And I'm like, that's where my logic comes from, you know. But like I'm maybe missing out on certain things because he's saying those other things, and that's where I really have to give a deeper look at Russell Brand in the future. Which I will, because I mean I love the alt-right.
Of course. I think what's happening with him is he's a comedian. Comedians want an audience.
Yeah.
He started to say stuff and then his numbers were going up. And that's like when you're in front of a crowd and they start to laugh, you keep doing that thing. It's like, you know, like eventually, like Chris Farley was like famous for like taking his pants down once and pretending to take a shit on the stage of the Second City. Nice. And it's like, why did he do it? Because people were laughing.
Yeah.
And
So
the more he
like,
pulled his
I'm guessing Asterios has bombed and then had those like middle nights and then had those like killer nights and has like learned how to balance that, right?
Well, at some point you just have to say like, it's not worth it. Like, because if like shitty people like your stuff, something's gone wrong.
I agree.
But I'm so sorry. I got to go write a bunch of commercials.
Good night.
Thank you guys
Good
so
night.
much. I
Thank
love
you,
you both.
Asterios.
Thank you.
Love
Thank you.
Have a good
Take
night.
care.
Wonderful.
Everybody watching
time.
at home, have a good night.
We haven't ended yet, but we will in just a minute. Thank you to all of you for watching us. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And Billy's waiting to take the headphones off of his ears.
I'm out of
until
here.
I say this. All right. Good night, everybody.
You guys have a good night.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.